Section 19 of The National Geographic Magazine, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in September 2015. The First Landfall of Columbus by Jacques W. Redway, Fellow of the Royal Geographic Society. In examining the evidence concerning the first landfall of Columbus on the shores of the American continent, but little attention has been given heretofore to the evidence that might be found in early maps. Most critics have attempted to solve the problem by plotting the course either forward or backward as might seem most expedient. A few historical writers have been content to brush aside all evidence save that contained in the logbook, trusting to logical inference where positive evidence is wanting. But logical inferences are of value only when there is something like unanimity of agreement, and thus far, with respect to the landfall, they have resulted not in unanimity of agreement, but in diversity. By such inferences, Washington Irving fixed upon Cat Island. Munoz believed it to be Watling. Navarrete held it to be Grand Turk. Becher, Parker, Murdoch, and Markham clewed sails off various parts of the coast of the present Watling. Captain Fox kept the anchors fast to the catheads until the squadron crept into a lee bight on the south side of Samana, and Varnhagen let go those same anchors off the reefs of Marijuana. At the present time, however, but 3 islands are seriously considered, Marijuana, Watling, and Samana, and the opinions having the most weight are those of trained seamen. In the following pages I have endeavored to discuss the merits of the 2 prevailing opinions from a geographic standpoint, making use not so much of a modern chart as of the evidence contained in certain maps of the 15th and 16th centuries. There is but one source from which information concerning the first landing place can be obtained, and that is the logbook. Ever since navigation of the sea began, it has been the custom to keep this official record of the voyage with the utmost fidelity, for a falsely kept log is an abomination that nowadays will subject the master of the vessel to the severest penalties. In his private logbook, the only one whose contents are now known, Columbus admits that he understated the daily run of the Caracas-Santa Maria, but he says that he thus falsified his quasi-official log in order to keep a mutinous crew in subjection. The deception practiced on his crew, however, was a subterfuge that could have misled no one but an ignorant sailor. It could not have deceived the brothers Pinzon, the masters of the 2 caravels, for they were quite as skilful navigators as Columbus. The private log must have been reasonably correct, therefore, or it would have been exposed by the enemies of the admiral. Unfortunately, this document has disappeared and it cannot now be found. All we know of its contents is contained in an abridged and interpolated copy made by that grand old soldier priest, Las Casas. From the date of October 10th, however, the log seems to have been copied in full, and mainly in the Ipsissima Verba of the admiral. Footnote: apparently Senor Castelar, in his serial article published in the Century magazine 1892, has not appreciated the fact that only a part of the log is in the words of Columbus. He quotes freely from Columbus, seemingly oblivious to the fact that much of the material quoted is not the language of Columbus, but that of Las Casas. End of footnote. The interpolations, however, are generally apparent, but, good, bad, or indifferent, about the only knowledge we possess is contained in this abridged log, and whatever conclusions one may reach concerning the locus of the landfall and the course between Guanahani and Cuba, it must stand or fall accordingly as it agrees or disagrees with Las Casas' abridgment. The map of Juan de la Cosa affords no tangible evidence. Columbus's letter to Luis Santagel contains no allusions to the matter. One might think that with the log and a good chart, the establishment of the squadron's course would be an easy matter, but unfortunately this is not the case. At that time there was no instrument sufficiently precise to establish a ship's position to within 2 or 3 degrees. Footnote: Vasco da Gama used to go ashore and rig a cross staff on the beach when he wished to find his latitude. End footnote. Moreover, in the entire logbook there are but 1 or 2 references to latitudes, and these are not exact enough to establish anything. Still another difficulty in the way is the variation of the compass. At that time a variation was known to exist, but, a few declinations accepted, no values had been determined. Columbus indeed found that his declination was changing, but he did not establish any values. Footnote: At the port of Gomera, at the time Columbus sailed, the declination was about 20 degrees east. At the crossing of the 35th meridian it was not far from 16 degrees west. At Guanahani it could not have been more than 2 or 3 degrees. The agonic, or line of no declination, now passes within a few miles of Samana. End footnote. A change of 20 degrees or more in declination during the voyage, even if the admiral had allowed for it, would have made the retracting of the course a difficult matter. The fact that Columbus did not write well in the Spanish language adds to the difficulty also. He did not punctuate, and many of his sentences are so ambiguous that it is impossible to tell their meaning. For instance, in the Journal of Sunday, October 14, he says: At the break of day I commanded the gig of the ship and the boats of the caravels to be lowered, and went along the island in a north-northeasterly course to see the other part which was to the other part of the east. This particular passage is so perplexing that at least 3 different points of Watling Island have been selected as the first anchorage. Within a few years research has narrowed the 6 islands above named to the 3 already noted, Watling, Marijuana, and Samana. Watling Island was first proposed by Muñoz, but it is very uncertain that the Watling Island of Muñoz is the one at present bearing that name. On the contrary, if the maps of Sayre, 1792, Jacobs, 1621, and the so-called map of Vallard, 1547, are worth anything as evidence, the Watling Island of Muñoz lay to the southeast of the island at present bearing the name Watling. In fact, this island had the relative position that Samana now occupies. In his day, Las Casas says that the island which the natives called Guanahani and Columbus renamed San Salvador was known by the name of Triango. After a diligent search, however, I find no map bearing this name earlier than the 3rd decade of the 16th century. This is the famous Weimar map, but unfortunately on this map the names both of Guanahani and Triango appear, the latter an island a little to the eastward of Guanahani. Both names also appear on several other maps published during the next 50 years, and in the map of Sebastian Cabot, 1544, an island, Triangulo, is found bearing the same relative position that Triango holds on the Weimar map. The name also appears on the maps of Gutierrez, 1550, and Santa Cruz, 1560. The name Triangulo u Watling occurs on an anonymous map in the collection of R. and I. Ottens. On this map Guanahani also occurs as a separate island. In 1856, Captain Becher, Royal Navy, discussed the question exhaustively, taking the ground that the present Watling was the locus of the landfall. His researches forever put an end to any lingering belief that Cat Island was the San Salvador of Columbus. His views have been ably supported by the late R. H. Mayer, Lieutenant Murdoch, United States Navy, and more recently by Captain William H. Parker, formerly of the United States Navy. Captain Parker combines the qualities of a trained seaman with those of a critical scholar. He spent many years in the West Indies and in Spain, and having had access to all papers and documents bearing upon the question, stands in the ranks of the foremost authorities. Mariguana, or more properly Mayaguana Island, has been pointed out by Varnhagen as a probable site of the landfall. It lies in an east and west direction, and its shores are broken by spits and coves. But Varnhagen not only ignores the fact that on leaving Guanahani the squadron sailed to the southwest, he omits from his thesis the admiral's declaration that on the morrow he should sail to the southwest. Varnhagen lays the course due west and anchors the squadron on the windward side of Acklin Island. In 1818, Captain Gustavus V. Fox, United States Navy, in 1861 Assistant Secretary of the Navy, published a critical review of the various monographs bearing upon the subject. At the same time he offered a carefully prepared array of evidence in favor of Samana or Atwood Cay. Owing to the fact that it was published in a government report, the monograph did not then receive the attention it deserved, and for 10 years it was popularly unknown. Lately, however, it has commanded much interest. In his discovery of America, Mr. John Fiske adopts Captain Fox's views, and Mr. Henry Harris, though rather inclining to Acklin Island, practically admits that Captain Fox has come nearer to the truth than any other critic. From the nature of the case, it is evident that the question cannot be settled without the aid of the trained seaman. It is equally evident that the problem comes within the domain of the geographer, the cartographer, and the historian. No solution will be satisfactory, therefore, that does not meet the conditions imposed by each of these sciences. Several historical papers that have recently appeared have been mercilessly riddled because of their failure to comply with the conditions demanded by the navigator. The sailor, on the other hand, is not always beyond criticism in discussing questions belonging to history or to cartography. Herr Kronau, a historical writer, for instance, who, in 1890, took the trouble to visit the Bahama Islands, declares that he had no difficulty in identifying Riding Rocks, on Watling Island, as the spot where Columbus landed. Here is a statement that for vernal simplicity has scarcely an equal in historical literature. Had he divided the entire coast of the Bahama Islands into 5-mile stretches, he could have identified 60% of them with equal facility. Neither Becher nor Parker succeeded in accomplishing such a wonderful feat, and Herr Kronau has the credit of it all to himself. It may be casually added, however, so very like one another are stretches of coast that, in spite of lighthouses and profiles, scarcely a day passes that masters and pilots of long experience are not deceived. Indeed, there are but few harbors that have not either a false entrance or a false namesake. Herr Kronau also asserts that Watling Island is the only one answering to all the distinctive features enumerated by original authorities, and that, in following the course from Watling, there is no difficulty in identifying all the islands at which the fleet stopped. Such a statement is simply ridiculous. If it were true, all dispute about the matter would have ended long ago. This writer also makes much of the assertion that the island contained a large interior lake. As a matter of fact, however, Columbus makes no such assertion. He says there was a large lagoon in the middle, but a lagoon is one thing and a lake is quite another. Even Captain Becher falls into this error, a piece of carelessness for which Captain Fox takes him to task. Herr Kronau also criticizes Kettle's translation of the passage in which Columbus states that, with the boats of the ships, he took a north-northeasterly course to see the other side. He translates this perplexing passage, I skirted along the coast towards the north-northeast in order to explore the other part of the island, namely that which lies to the east. Now this may or it may not be what Columbus meant. It certainly is not what he wrote, and Herr Kronau's guess is no better than that of any other student. Mr. Clements R. Markham, in reviewing the question, does himself injustice by a few expressions which are certainly ill chosen. In a very scholarly article he says, concerning the first landfall, "If the materials from the journal were placed in the hands of any midshipman in Her Majesty's Navy, he would put his finger on the true landfall in half an hour." Such a statement as this most certainly will not do. Could the question be so easily settled as all this, it would not have been a bone of contention for more than a century. Furthermore, Mr. Markham says, "It is obvious that, if we trace these bearings and distances backwards from Cuba, they will bring us to an island that must necessarily be the Guanahani or San Salvador of Columbus. This is the sailor's method." But what sailor has yet been able to accomplish this problem, so suitable for Royal Middy's recitation exercise? Where on the coast of Cuba is the place at which the Admiral landed? How much and in what direction was the squadron carried out of the course by the winds, by the tides, by the swift currents of the West Indian seas? What was lost or gained in latitude and departure in all the many times the vessels were stranding off and on? Of all the places in the West Indies at which the squadron anchored, but one, Fort Navidad, is known. Here the Caracca Santa Maria was wrecked, and 42 men picked from the crews were left to guard the stockade built from the wrecked vessel. The impression obtains that Puerto Nipe was the first place in Cuba at which the squadron touched. Navarrete takes this view, and so do Captains Becher and Parker. As a matter of fact, there is no scintilla of evidence to establish such a statement. The Admiral states specifically that there were but 12 fathoms of water in the harbor in which the squadron anchored. But in the roadstead of Puerto Nipe there is a depth of from 20 to 35 fathoms, while in the gun through which it opens into the sea there are nearly twice 12 fathoms of water. In the deepest part there are about 40 fathoms. Now, an estuary into which several mountain torrents are pouring might possibly silt itself up from 30-odd fathoms to 12. It could not well scour itself out from 12 fathoms to 30. Moreover, the course from Islas de Arenas to Puerto Nipe would have been 2 or 3 points east of south, but according to the log, Columbus laid a course south-southwest, and the westerly current would have carried him still farther westward. Had Messrs. Becher, Markham, and Parker considered Puerto Padre as the first anchorage on the coast of Cuba, there would have been fewer inconsistencies to explain away. And this brings me to a statement in Mr. Markham's interesting paper that I wish chiefly to consider. He says, quote, "When we warmly applauded the close reasoning of Major's paper, we supposed that the question was at length settled, but as time went on, arguments in favor of other islands continued to appear, and an American, Captain Gustavus V. Fox, in high official position, even stated a new island, contending that Samana was the landfall. But Fox's Samana and Varnhagen's Mayaguana must be ruled out of court without further discussion, for they both occur on the maps of Juan de la Cosa and Herrera, on which Guanahani also appears. It is obvious that they cannot be Guanahani and themselves at the same time, and it is perhaps needless to add that they do not answer to the description of Guanahani by Columbus and meet none of the other requirements." End quote. Now, if Samana must be dropped without discussion because it appears on a map on which Guanahani also appears, Watling Island must also be dropped for the same reason, for it appears with Guanahani on the map of R. and I. Ottens, and on at least half a score of other maps, probably contemporaneous, that the author has examined in the British Museum. But at the risk of being ruled out of court myself, I shall attempt to show that not only can Samana be Guanahani and itself, but also that for 100 years or more Samana was Guanahani and itself at the same time. In the first place, let us look at the map of La Cosa. On this map it will be observed that the name Samana may apply to any one of 3 islands. It is about as near to Guanahani as either of the others, though it is hardly possible to decide upon which it is intended to apply. Incidentally, it may be noted that the island which La Cosa marks Haiti is not the one at present bearing the name. That name, in fact, has been transferred to the island Columbus named La Española. Moreover, the transference of names on early maps was by no means an uncommon thing. If Johann Schöner had not carelessly transferred the name Parias from the Spanish Main to Mexico instead of putting the rightful Lariab there, it is doubtful if the northern part of the western continent would have been called America. An inspection of a very few maps of the 16th century will show that the transference and reduplication of names was made in a wholesale manner. The map of Herrera, upon which Messrs. Major and Markham lay so much stress, furnishes but little evidence not found in the map of La Cosa, and although nearly 100 years later, it is hardly more than a copy of the latter. The most notable difference is in the shape of Guanahani. The east and west position by which the admiral describes it and which it has on La Cosa's chart has been changed to a north and south trend. Furthermore, it is no longer northeast of the island of Someto, but almost due north. The island of Samana on the map of Herrera has the same distance and bearings from Someto that Guanahani has on the map of La Cosa. Just why Messrs. Major and Markham place so much confidence in the map of Herrera, one cannot readily comprehend. Herrera was neither a cartographer nor a sailor. In his time he was the historian of Columbus, but he had none of the material that enabled Navarrete to speak ex cathedra, and Navarrete discards Watling Island. Among the maps in the British Museum is one of more than ordinary interest. It is not an original, but its fidelity to the original is attested. It bears the inscription Mappa Mundi, peinte sur parchemin, par ordre de Henri II, roi de France. It is generally referred to the 3rd decade of the 16th century, but from features about it that it is not best to discuss here, the author is inclined to place the date about 40 years later. At all events, it antedates the map of Herrera by 30 years, possibly by 70 years. So far as can be learned, neither its genuineness nor its authenticity has been questioned. The draftsman had a delightfully unique way of conventionalizing the coast outlines. There are several other maps extant, coast-charted in the same manner. This feature is therefore not only a quaint and artistic conventionalism, it becomes a valuable earmark in identifying the date of certain maps. On this map, it is interesting to note the appearance of the name Bahamas and Guanima, the Cat Island of modern maps. I have seen no map of earlier date on which these names occur. But the most important feature is the fact that there, at least, Samana is itself, and Guanahani also. Of the placing of both names to the same island there can be not a shadow of a doubt. Compared with the map of La Cosa, the outlines of Guanahani are geometrically too similar to admit questioning. Moreover, its position next to Mayaguana cuts off any further doubts as to its identity. It is the Samana of today, and the islands to the southwestward are the group comprising Acklin and Crooked Islands. Now, the question as to which island the name Samana belonged has evidently perplexed more than one cartographer. Captain Fox, in his researches, noticed this, and his only error lies in the fact that he did not appreciate the importance of his discovery. The same perplexity led many cartographers to apply the name to the group now comprising Crooked and Acklin Islands. Captain Fox gives a list of maps in which the name dodges back and forth from the Crooked group to the present Samana. Most of these have been examined and verified by the author. Among other maps bearing on the subject are the following, which also include many of those mentioned by Captain Fox. Carte de l'Amérique corrigée et augmentée, etc. P. Bertius, Amsterdam, 1610. The island next Mayaguana is named Trianga. Its position, therefore, is that of Samana. The name is the one Las Casas said that in his time Guanahani bore. Theatrum Orbus Terrarum, Abraham Ortelius, Antwerp, 1572. Guanahani appears in the position it occupies in the map of Henry II. Samana is applied to Crooked group. On a map by the same author, 1590, Samana appears next to Mayaguana. Map of North America. John Senex, Charles Price, John Maxwell, Geographers. The present Crooked group is marked Samana or Crooked. Guanahani is a separate island. An accurate map of North America, also all the West Indies. M. Bowen, Geographer to His Majesty, 1733. Crooked, Fortune, Acklin, and Samana form one group. To the northeast, in the position of the present Samana, is Atwood's Key. This name is also given to Samana, and it is carried today on the official charts of the United States. Americae sive quarte orbis partis, nova et exactissima descriptio. Diego Gutierro et al., Cosmographio, 1562. On this map, Samana appears next to Mayaguana. Atlas historique, Henri Abéard, Amsterdam, 1738. Crooked group is here named I. Samana. Eilanden van West-Indien, date and place not given. Guanahani and Samana appear on this map attached to islands near Mayaguana. Carte Geographic, d'Anville, 1731 through 1794. The present group is marked Samana ou Crooked. The West India Atlas, Thomas Jeffreys, Geographer to the King. The present Samana is marked El Terrigo or Atwood's Key, the Samana of the French. Southwest is the Crooked group, one island of which is marked Samana or Crooked Island. Map of the Bahamas, de Lille and Buache, 1744. On this map Guanahani appears under the name Ile Nova. Map of the West Indies, N. Fisher, Amsterdam, 1740. Guanahani appears under the title Samana or Rum Island. This list might be considerably extended, but the quotations are sufficient to show that the name Samana has been a sort of homeless waif, having several times been transferred. The draftsman who made the Henry II map evidently believed that Samana and Guanahani were one and the same island, or he would not have so marked it, but because it was a supernumerary, other cartographers attached it to the Crooked group. So we have Juan de la Cosa's map, on which it is doubtful whether Guanahani is itself or not, the Henry II map, on which Guanahani is certainly itself and Samana at the same time, and a score or more of later maps on which Samana is applied to the Crooked group. It will be observed, moreover, that Jeffreys retains the name in both places, calling Crooked Island Samana, and the other the Samana of the French, but when finally the name Crooked was exclusively applied to the island at present bearing the name, Samana was put back in its old place. It had previously belonged to an island lying northwest of Mayaguana, and it was put back there. In other words, if the testimony of these maps is worth anything, Guanahani, El Terrigo, Trianga, Atwood Cay, Ile Nova, and Samana are one and the same, and that one is the Guanahani of Columbus. Beyond a few observations concerning the second island at which the squadron landed, it is not within the province of this paper to attempt tracing the course to Cuba. It is believed by the writer that the identification of the second island is the chief factor to the locating of the first. Sometime during the 14th of October, Columbus sailed southwestward for the largest island, which he thought to be about 5 leagues distant. He reached the island after dark, for in the record of the 15th he says, quote, "I had been standing off, and on this night, fearing to come close to the shore to anchor, for I could not know whether the coast was free from shoals, and intending at dawn to clew up sails, and as the island was over 5 leagues ahead, rather 7, and the tide detained me, it was noon when I reached said island, and I found that the side of the island which is toward the island of San Salvador runs north and south, and is 5 leagues in length, and the other, which I followed, extends east and west, and contains more than 10 leagues. And as from this island I saw another larger one to the west, I clewed up sails, for I had gone all that day until night, because I could not have gone to the western cape, to which I gave the name of the island of Santa Maria de la Concepcion, and about sunset I had anchored near said cape." End quote. This second island Columbus asserts to have a north and south side 16 and an east and west side 32 miles in length. Now, Crooked and Acklin Islands, they are practically one. Footnote. The narrow gut that separates them is hardly more than a tidal swale or kill, not more than 4 or 5 feet deep at high tide. It is invisible from the deck of a passing vessel. End footnote. Confirm exactly to this description, and there is not another island in the Bahama archipelago that does. The north and south side of Crooked Island is 13, the east and west side is 29 miles. The distance from Samana to the northeastern point of Crooked Island is 23 miles, 22.3, the log says. An expert sailing master could not come nearer the truth today than did the Admiral. There is but one discrepancy, namely, the Admiral's assertion that the side of the island toward Guanahani is the east, norte-sur, side. As a matter of fact, it is the north, leste-west, side that lies off Guanahani. Whether or not during the night, while standing off and on, the steersman had worked the vessels so far to the eastward that they were off to the east instead of the north coast, is a matter of conjecture. I am free to admit the objection and do not attempt to explain it away by guesses. The same objection obtrudes itself just as strongly in the consideration of Watling Island. In spite of this objection, however, there is not another island that for shape, dimensions, distance, and direction so fully meets the requirements of the log as does Crooked Island. Footnote. The force of this statement is apparent when one compares the size, outlines, and relative bearings of the islands, as shown in Figure 2, with the log. On this map is also shown the route in accordance with Captain Fox's views. End footnote. Let us now examine the claims of Watling Island. The only land visible from Watling that lies southwestward is Rum Cay. Its distance from Watling is 23 miles, and the course and distance conform to the requirements of the log, but Rum Cay is only 5 miles in extent on its eastern and 8 miles along its northern shore. Several writers have endeavored to show that the squadron passed to the northward of Rum Cay without anchoring there at all, basing their arguments on the statement, "I looked for the largest island and determined to make for it." Now there is only one other neighboring island southwest of Watling, and that is Long Island. Moreover, no part of Long Island is visible from Watling. Not only is it invisible from the masthead, but it is about twice the distance given in the log. Still more, Neither its shape nor its dimensions conform to the description in the log. Even the careful Captain Becher incorrectly translates the passage "Cargue las velas por andar toda aquel día hasta la noche," saying, "I made sail, continuing on until the night," etc. But cargar las velas means to shorten sail, not to crowd on more canvas. Major errs in translating the same passage, saying, "I started for the purpose of sailing," etc. Captain Fox notices these errors and translates the passage correctly. Indeed, there can be no question about it, for it is the recognized nautical expression in the Spanish language for the act which in English is "to clew up." Just why Watling Island should have received the sanction of so many authorities it is difficult to understand, unless it is the fact that this island has two rather large interior lakes, but under any circumstances lakes are about the most transitory features of the earth's surface, and the lagoon of low, sandy shores is almost ephemeral. It is found today, and tomorrow it has disappeared. The storm which throws up a spit or walls in a cove today will just as readily undo its work tomorrow. After a lapse of 400 years the presence or absence of a lagoon counts for nothing. It is freely admitted that in the foregoing paragraphs the positive identification of Samana as the first landing place has not been made. It is believed, however, that material evidence has been added to the question. It is hardly necessary to say that the testimony of any one map counts for but little, but the case is different when we take the consensus of many maps, and in future researches undoubtedly early maps will play a part second only in importance to the log. In closing this paper, therefore, it is suggested that thorough and systematic search for evidence among early maps be made. In the past, such search has always been highly fruitful in its results. There is no reason why it should not be equally fruitful in the future. End of section 19. Section 20 of The National Geographic Magazine, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in July 2015. Japan by D. W. Stevens, Counselor of the Imperial Legation of Japan. Extract of address presented before the Society, October 19, 1894. The editors regret that space will not permit the publishing of this address in full. The Restoration of 1868 found Japan in a disordered and impoverished condition. The assumption by the Emperor of the imperial power and the relegation of the shogun to private station were not the results of a sudden emeute or of a hastily planned revolution. The seeds of discontent had been long sown, the fruit was long in maturing. Japan had been closed to the world for centuries, but no people can be shut off completely from knowledge of the rest of mankind or from contact with the ideas of a progressive age. The government of the shogun was a feudal despotism, a system as complete as any that ever existed in the Middle Ages, surviving apparently unimpaired to the last half of the 19th century. It was a government which had served a good purpose at one time, for it had quelled and pacified warring factions, and had given the nation much needed rest under a wise, if a severe, rule. But its day of usefulness was past. Those who controlled it saw the threatening dawn of a new era, and their wisdom became cunning, their severity tyranny. It may be safely asserted that the shogunate would have fallen in any event, from eternal feuds and dissensions, But strangely enough the death blow to its power was that event of which we Americans are so justly proud, the conclusion of the Perry Treaty. It was this dawn of daylight from the outer world which showed intelligent Japanese how thoroughly out of touch their country, and, above all, their form of government, was with the spirit of the age. It was then that the little band of reformers who were chiefly instrumental in bringing about the great change of '68 began their work. They were aided in a measure by the cry of opposition to foreign intrusion which the conclusion of treaties with Western powers immediately aroused. There are conservatives in all countries, and the Japanese conservatives of that day formed the Joi or anti-foreign party. Like skillful politicians, those who were seeking the destruction of the illogical and unwieldy dual government availed themselves of this as well as of all other forms of discontent and opposition in order to better accomplish their purpose. The facts of history will bear me out in the assertion that, like wise statesmen, they permitted it to have no share in their policy when they themselves came into power. Glance at first acts of the Emperor when he assumed the exercise of all those prerogatives of which his ancestors had been deprived for more than 300 centuries, and tell me, if you please, whether the men who guided and directed the counsels of the youthful sovereign were visionary schemers or practical statesmen, whether they were merely lucky speculators trading upon borrowed ideas, or whether they were men who understood their country and their countrymen, and cherished a hopeful but not an unreasonable or an illogical ambition for both. One of the first acts of the Emperor was to issue an edict abolishing the laws against foreign religions and their propagation among the Japanese. The daimyos or feudal chiefs surrendered their fiefs to the crown, and accepted in lieu the bonds of the government at amounts, it should be added, much less than the value of their original holdings. This, it must not be forgotten, was an entirely voluntary act of self-abnegation. The samurai or military class, whose privileges, rigorously secured and jealously guarded, made them the real masters of Japan, especially in times of domestic disorder, like their chiefs, the daimyos, accepted capitalized pensions instead of the regular support to which their fealty and their service had entitled them. And I should add that the dangers to be apprehended from the discontented and turbulent members of this powerful class thus thrown out of employment, and in many cases sadly impoverished, were anticipated and guarded against by the passage and enforcement of a law which has proved itself the highest form of statesmanship. I refer now to the conscription law, by which every Japanese, rich and poor, high and low, is obliged to serve in the army for a certain period, and thereafter for a certain further time to hold himself in readiness for such a service. The wisdom of such a law, in view of a possible uprising of the samurai, was signally proved by the serious outbreak which occurred in Japan in 1877. The result of that rebellion set at rest forever the question of rule by a military class in Japan. The reorganization of the whole fabric of the public administration was naturally the first care of the imperial government. The departments were all established upon a new and an effective basis. Foreign advisers were employed to assist in the work, and no effort or expense was spared to create a system which would be at once modern, practical, and economical. Time will not permit, and it would weary you to recount all that was done. A few instances will serve to illustrate the whole. The government recognized the importance of education to themselves and to the masses. A complete system of educational institutes was established in every part of the empire, beginning with primary schools in every hamlet, through middle, normal, and other more advanced institutions, up to the university in Tokyo. Hospitals were endowed, and especial attention was paid to education in medicine and surgery. Nor was any distinction made between the sexes, but schools were established for the education of women as well as of men. This system has been steadily followed throughout, with only those changes which experience has shown to be advisable and beneficial. There are also a number of private educational establishments in Japan, many of which hold a deservedly high rank. Some of these are denominational, established in the first place by foreign missionary bodies, but now exclusively under Japanese control, while others are secular, the result of the labors of men of high scholarly attainments and conspicuous executive ability. In all public works the government has taken an active and an earnest interest. The establishment of railway and steamship lines, of telegraph and post roads, and, in short, of all those facilities which increase the comfort and convenience of the nation, have been their constant care. The telegraph and postal systems are equal to those of most countries, while as to railways an increase from 18 miles in 1873 to almost 2,000 miles in 1894 may fairly be regarded as a good result, even in this country of phenomenal railway developments. Nor should it be forgotten that a great deal of the progress which Japan has made in every direction has been due as much to private enterprise as to government direction. The railway and steamship lines, for example, are almost exclusively under the control of private corporations. The government has, of necessity, taken the initiative in many things, but oftentimes it has been merely to set an example which has been readily and aptly followed. There is another phase of Japanese development which is well worthy of notice. I refer now to the newspaper press. The Japanese, like the ancient Athenians, and, may I add, like modern Americans, are a people who delight in hearing new things. It need hardly to be added that the press came to them as it comes so often to us, to supply a long-felt want. Its development had been little short of marvelous, and now it flourishes like the green bay tree, from the scholarly periodical, the didactic weekly, the political daily, down to the penny dreadful, for whose columns nothing short of murder and sudden death are fit matter. Many able, intelligent, and patriotic men are enlisted in the ranks of the press in Japan, and they already exercise a potent influence upon public opinion and the conduct of public affairs. The government has deemed it necessary to establish regulations for the control of the press, a system more alien to American than to European ideas, but one which experience has shown is necessary to the public welfare, and to that proper distinction between liberty and license, to which a youthful but an energetic and a powerful institution like the press of Japan might on occasion be oblivious. The inhibitions of the press regulations are plain and precise. Their object is clearly stated, the preservation of public peace and morals, and restraint from interference with affairs of state, where secrecy is a necessity, such as diplomatic negotiations and the like. The penalties they provide, suspension, fine, and minor imprisonment, are not severe. The heaviest penalty of all, the total suspension and confiscation of the paper, has never been inflicted. In attempting to describe the changes through which Japan has passed, and the effect which they have had upon the development of the country's resources and the increase of national wealth, it has not been possible to omit some mention of the political transformation which has been so notable a feature of her recent history. The one stands to the other in the relation of cause to effect, and what the future may have in store for Japan depends not a little upon the harmonious development of the governmental system which was adopted when the empire emerged from its seclusion. On March 14, 1868, the Emperor, in the presence of the court nobles and feudal lords, made solemn oath that from that time forth the government and the people should unite in the development of the national power, and that the administrative affairs of the nation should be decided by public deliberation, that encouragement should be given to all the pursuits of life, that all abuses and evil practices should be abolished, and the equitable principles of nature should be the guiding star of the nation, that wisdom should be sought in all the countries of the world, and whatever was good and right should be adopted to strengthen the basis of the natural and the imperial power. The solemn obligation thus voluntarily assumed by the ruler of a country whose predecessors had exercised despotic power furnishes the keynote to all that Japan has since accomplished. It clearly foreshadowed not alone the changes which immediately followed, but the consummation of all those changes which took place when in 1890 the Emperor established a constitutional form of government. It will thus be seen that this final result was achieved not on the impulse of the moment or in consequence of any political exigency, but in conformity with a plan adopted from the beginning. That plan was consistently held in view and systematically followed from the outset. The statesmen who under the imperial will guided Japan's destinies then, some of whom are still the trusted advisers of the Emperor, wisely decided that the immediate establishment of parliamentary institutions was not practicable, but steps were taken to pave the way for such institutions by extending the rights and privileges of the people, most notably by the creation of the prefectural and other local assemblies, which exercise a certain degree of control over local affairs. These and other similar institutions were designed to educate the people in the practice of self-government, and they were in active operation a number of years before the first imperial diet was opened. After the resignation of the shogun in 1868, that office was abolished and a Council of State was created, to which the Emperor confided the direction of public affairs. Several changes in the formation of this council followed, until in 1885 the present executive system was adopted. It consists of a cabinet and a privy council. The former, presided over by the Prime Minister, is composed of the ministers in charge of the executive departments, who are directly responsible to the Emperor for the management of their offices. The functions of the Privy Council are purely advisory. The different prefectures into which the empire is divided are under the charge of governors, appointed by the Emperor upon the recommendation of the Minister for Home Affairs. In each prefecture there is, as I have already stated, a local assembly, which cooperates with the governor in the management of local affairs. The imperial diet is composed of two houses, a House of Peers and a House of Representatives. The former body consists of members who hold office as a hereditary right, of a certain number who are elected by the different orders of nobility which are not entitled to seats in the House, and of a certain number appointed by the Emperor. The members of the House of Representatives are elected directly by the people. A property qualification governs the exercise of the electoral franchise. This, in brief, is the executive and legislative system now in force in Japan. When everything is taken into account, it may be said to have worked smoothly and efficiently. Since the adoption of the Constitution and the establishment of the Diet, there has at times been a great deal of political excitement, but throughout every storm of this kind there has been no attack upon the privileges of the people, no thought of an assault upon the fundamental law. The Constitution has been scrupulously observed, and each struggle between the executive and the legislative branches of the government has been carried on within the lines defined by that instrument. Such contests are inevitable when men strive for political supremacy. In Japan they afford a useful vent for political passions, and when in time party principles are more clearly enunciated and party lines more sharply drawn, There is no reason to believe that parliamentary government in Japan will not achieve all that was hoped for it. The fact that in Japan, even from ancient times, a system of local self-government in town and village and rural district was conceded by the government and jealously retained by the people, affords perhaps the brightest augury for the success of self-government in Japan. The systematization and codification of the laws of Japan was one of the first cares of the government after the Restoration. It was their wish to adapt them as nearly as possible to Western models. All cruel and unusual punishments have been long since abolished, and Japan has today a body of codified law based upon the best models. All of the codes are in successful operation, with the exception of the Civil Code, which has already been promulgated, but has for some time been undergoing revision at the hands of a commission of experts, and will soon be put in operation. In equal measure the judicial organization of the empire has been made the subject of careful study and thorough reform. In 1872 the Japanese judiciary was made independent of the other branches of the government, and courts were established presided over by judges who performed no other functions. 10 years ago a system of competitive examination for appointment to judgeships was introduced, and has ever since been in successful operation. The Constitution itself provides that jurisdiction shall be exercised by the courts of law according to law, that the organization of the courts shall be determined by law, that the judges shall be appointed from among those who possess the proper qualifications according to law, and that no judge shall be deprived of his office except for misconduct and by due process of law. A statute passed for carrying these constitutional guarantees into effect and providing for a comprehensive and complete reorganization of the courts of justice has been in operation for more than 4 years. End of section 20.
Section 21 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melissa M. Geography of the Air, Annual Address by the Vice President, General A. W. Greeley. Presented before the Society, November 2, 1894. The broadening fields of human knowledge have changed their very name in the evolution that has been wrought in manner, means, and extent of learning, research, and study. We no longer say science, but instead the sciences. From time to time, as the aggregations of fundamental data and accompanying discussions have become too divergent for easy comparison, or too abundant for individual assimilation and reception, they have been divided and subdivided, first into branches and eventually into separate sciences. It is only within the early part of the present century, however, that associations have formed for the study of geographic problems, and yet more recent is the claim and belief that the geography is no longer an unappreciated handmaid of history or geology, but rather an able-bodied member of the scientific brotherhood. At this time, then, it is fitting that the general subject of geography should be very briefly reviewed, especially with reference to its proper place among the sciences, its enlarged scope in the great universities of the world, and the radical transformation in methods of study that makes it a science rather than an accomplishment. It is 20 years since Germany, first of the great nations, awoke to the value of sound geographic study. Previously taught perfunctorily as an adjunct to history, geography was at that time honored in one of its great universities by a separate chair. Such were the results from this field of research, previously neglected by the other sciences, that other universities speedily followed the example, and at present 14 of the 21 German universities have professors of geography, with annual salaries running as high as $2,000. Now the tendency to separate history and geography is general, and this latter science is not only compulsory in Germany, but is recognized as of equal value to history, natural science, physics, and chemistry. Geography has assumed similar importance in France, Belgium, and Italy. The last named country, besides imposing proficiency therein as essential to the degree of Ph.D., has established 12 professorships at its great seats of learning. The conservative universities of Great Britain, viewing modern tendencies with distrust, slowly yielded to the inevitable, and while Cambridge decided some 10 years since that, among other universities, teachers to be appointed there should be one in geography. Yet it is only within a few years that Cambridge and Oxford have formally appointed geographic readers or lecturers. Formerly, the field of geography was unduly restricted by associating it with geology or history, a practice happily waning. Now the pendulum swings to the other extreme, and there is on the part of some enthusiasts a tendency to unduly extend its limit so as to encroach on the domain of other branches of science. The separate sciences necessarily overlap, and no sharp line of division can be drawn that will find universal acceptation. In my opinion, geographic science should be restricted to the surface of the earth, with its superincumbent or attached objects and attendant atmospheric phenomena, which are to be considered both in their interrelations with the earth and with each other. The evolution of the earth's surface pertains to geology, but the distribution over the surface of the earth of inorganic matter, whether in the shape of agricultural soils or other forms, with industrial possibilities, pertains to geography. Similarly, the distribution of existing faunas and floras is geographic as far as these in any way affect mankind, while their classification and detailed study are botanical, biological, or zoological. In like manner, other physical sciences either touch or overlap that of geography, the same class of data pertaining to different branches, according to its interrelation with man or its bearing on non-geographic sciences. There is no question that geography, when properly taught, is not only a discipline for the mind, but it also furnishes its students with a body of information, both interesting and valuable. In its comparative branches, it trains and stimulates the intellectual faculties. By its contact with nature, it develops the powers of observation and reflection. And in its investigations, it offers endless opportunities for promoting clearness of expression and logical methods of conclusion. For professional men, its stores of knowledge regarding other nations and countries broaden the mind. To merchants, the knowledge it affords is indispensable when changed conditions oblige them to seek foreign outlets for their wares. Its utility is even more apparent to statesmen and legislators, whose actions control the destiny of a nation, which, through their geographic ignorance or knowledge, may be led into humiliating and unfavorable concessions, or may reap material advantages at favorable opportunities. To the tiller of the earth it offers material advantages in its afforded knowledge regarding the influences of elevation, exposure, and soil, as shown in the natural vegetation or cultivated crops of various countries. To the investigating scientist it presents a wealth of unsurpassed material, almost untouched, it may be said, relative to the distribution of permanent and transitory fauna and flora, and in regard to its ethnographic data and sociologic conditions, so often affected by man's dependence on the resources of the soil. It has been objected that the addition of another science to the already overladen course of our great universities is to be deplored, since even now time fails for a complete course. This was a valid objection a quarter of a century since, before the authorities of the great educational institutions of the world came to realize that the field of human knowledge had so broadened that the scientist of the future must be a specialist. Now the initiation of selective courses gives opportunity for additional departments of science hitherto neglected or ignored. As man is the dominating spirit of the earth, so the study of man is the highest and noblest of all pursuits. Time was when the dead languages and ancient history, the forgotten speech and vain actions of vanished nations, were the heights of secular scholastic ambition, but with advanced civilization there inevitably developed a necessity of formulating and mastering such of the natural sciences as minister to the growing physical needs of mankind. The struggle between the humanities and the natural sciences is particularly past, each maintaining its fruitful field of usefulness. We have come now, however, to another age, to a higher stage of civilization, where the brotherhood of man is practically established upon a low plane, be it granted, so that the lowest tribes and the highest communities are inextricably united. As an illustration, consider the barbarous and lately cannibalistic tribes of the Congo Basin, 16 years ago unknown to the world. 5 years later, their future destiny deliberated on and in a measure decided by a Congress of 14 great nations. Yet again, and only a year since, the vast industries of this great nation, with their involved financial interests, almost completely paralyzed in a single week by the telegraphic announcement of an order passed by the Board of Council of a country held by many to be yet heathenish. These conditions emphasize the already assumed importance, which, it may be added, will steadily increase, of such branches of science as illustrate the independence of the humanities and natural sciences. In other words, of the interaction which takes place between man and his physical environment. One of the most important phases of geographic knowledge is that pertaining to commercial interests. Indeed, so indefinite, unsatisfactory, and inaccessible have been the fundamental data on which rests the success of extensive enterprises that, in default of authoritative geographic departments in the great universities of the world, the business portion of large commercial communities have obliged to organize bureaus of information, or commercial geographic societies for the purpose of collecting the widely separated data pertaining to their special department of commerce. In the United States, the lack of such data has very materially retarded the development of its foreign export trade, a condition of affairs so obvious and regrettable that the general government has been constrained to attempt a remedy for the evil by initiating and continuing its valuable and highly appreciated series of consular reports. Unfortunately, however, many of our consuls enter upon their duties in various stages of ignorance as to the underlying principles of commercial geography and commerce as represented by widely separated and dissimilar countries. It requires a mind trained in geographic research to treat the importance and various aspects of commercial geography. The successful performance of such duties involves a knowledge of the leading industries of each country, technical familiarity with the raw material used, thorough knowledge of such factors as the method and cost of native labor, local customs, trade restrictions, facilities for transportation, hindrances and advantages of trade routes, navigation conditions such as port dues, canal charges, lighter age, etc. Custom duties, both export and import, local trade methods, the character of currency, and the peculiarities of exchange. As an illustration of the value of information on the last named point may be mentioned Stanley's dismay at finding gold coin the only money recognized at Zanzibar, while his gold cite bills on London or Calcutta were negotiated as a favor at the enormous discount of 20%. It may be said that elsewhere in Africa the friends of the white metal predominate, since in Abyssinia the Maria Theresa dollar, or 5-franc piece of a certain date, 1789 I believe, is the only current money, a fact which seriously threatened the success of the Abyssinian campaign until the British government supplied the Austrian silver to its supply department. The extent of geographic science necessitates its division into distinct branches which, by common consent, include first, mathematical, second, physical, and third, political geography. Among other suggested divisions are classical, climatological, historical, etc., which, in my opinion, are inadvisable, except as strictly subordinate divisions for special purposes. Other various and suggested divisions of economic, commercial, industrial, hydrographic, and climatological should, in my opinion, be combined to form a fourth branch to be known as economic geography. Mathematical geography concerns the figure, size, and motion of the earth, its delineation on charts, and the determinations of its localities by astronomical methods. Research and instruction in connection with this branch should bear especially on the technology of geography, on the principles and methods of cartography, and on such instruments, methods, etc., as are indispensable to the correct determination of positions. Political geography considers the Earth as divided into separate countries or states. The various methods through which these states subsist and exist as independent or subordinate governments, together with the affiliations and repugnances shown in their intercourse with other states. Under political geography should be studied the existing laws, moral institutions, social organization, and modes of government of different countries, together with their domestic and foreign policies, with the ensuing results at home and extraneous influences abroad. Physical geography sets before us the characteristics of the surface of the earth and in its entirety presents a concrete idea of the wonderful fitness of the earth for man's habitation and workshop. It includes the distribution of the animal, vegetable, and mineral kingdoms, the atmospheric phenomena, the limits, forms, and movements of land and water and their interrelations. The broad field of physical geography is of extreme practical importance as furnishing a vast array of knowledge not only interesting in itself, but also as furnishing the fundamental bases on which necessarily rest the ultimate conclusions of economic geography in its efforts for the perfect evolution of man's material interests. The course and degree of permanency of the great currents of air and sea, the intensity and variation of the important factors of climate, the distribution of rain and snow, the prevalence of storms, the diversifications of land surfaces and ocean beds, the extent and relation of the navigable waters and the practicable roads, the habitat of faunas and the distribution of floras used to mankind, and the ethnographic characteristics of different nations and races are the most important subjects that it furnishes for study and consideration. Economic geography, which may be said to be the comparative treatment of the political and physical branches, owing to its practical bearings, is the most important part of this science, since it illustrates where, when, and how the latent resources of the earth may be most advantageously exploited for the benefit of mankind. It involves a knowledge of the natural resources of different regions, of transportation routes, of natural elements that militate against or are favorable to special pursuits or industries, and of numberless social conditions that may affect the initiation, development, or continuance of any material enterprise. In economic geography, efforts should be made to supplement the accumulated data of political and physical geography by special study of soil, climate, trade routes, mineral and vegetable deposits, and aggregations, transference, and acclimatization of plants and animals, raw industrial materials, industrial appliances, financial methods, trade restrictions, race prejudices or peculiarities, and other elements calculated to assist in the practical solution of the problems of bringing the producer and consumer into such relations as will ensure the greatest possible benefit to the world. Problems of this character offer endless and attractive means of cultivating the intellect, since the powers of thought are necessarily exercised and the faculties of observation stimulated. 10 years ago, our Commissioner of Education was asked by the Royal Geographical Society to give information setting forth the condition of geographic science and its appliances in the higher institutions of learning in the United States. The information sought was promised but not furnished. The answer as regards nearly every college or university might well have been paraphrased from a stock army story of the officer who was directed to report on the morals and manners of an Indian tribe he had visited. He tersely said, "Morals they have none, and their manners are disgusting." So scientific geographic instruction until lately has been practically nil and its appliances obsolete and deficient as far as the United States is concerned. It should not be understood that the geographic research or even genius has been wanting in the United States. The clear-cut ideas, clean researches, vivid portrayals, and lucid reasonings of Guyot have done much to raise the level of physical geography. The most striking contribution by the United States to the geographic benefit of the world was that where, as Humboldt said, a new science was created through the genius of Maury, whose discriminating mind gave the original impulse to that special branch of geographic science now known as oceanography. His invaluable system of charts first delineated together as a unity great ocean currents, constant and variable winds, regions of storm and calm, and the known whaling grounds. Few appreciate the enormous practical outcome of Maury's labors, which have saved to mankind tens of millions of dollars through the shortened voyages of its commercial transports, which in tens of thousands weave and reweave across the seas the web of commercial intercourse essential to human progress and prosperity. More frequently, the reverse side, that of geographic ignorance, has presented itself to the attention of man, with its inevitable train of futile enterprises, wasted efforts, and ruined fortunes. Now it is an expensive governmental experiment, foredoomed to non-success with its enforced and hasty generalizations, based on insufficient or incorrect data. Again, it is a commercial enterprise, a great canal, an industrial scheme, a commercial venture, initiated under geographic conditions that forecast inevitable failure. If it is not an official squandering tens of thousands of dollars in accumulating for building purposes steam sawmills and bodies of skilled woodworkers in a treeless region abounding in building stone, it is a host of moneyed individuals buying worthless land on prophesied possibilities, which a cursory knowledge of economies or even physical geography would authoritatively disprove. A word relative to what many have thought to be the practical, if not the whole geographic work, explorations and their direct or indirect result. Chancellor's voyage to the White Sea reaped millions from the Muscovy trade for England. Hudson, Cook, Bering, and others made voyages and discoveries that resulted in equally important additions to the wealth of the civilized world. Explorers by the score have affected the course of trade and influenced the onward march of human progress. I have already alluded to the astounding results flowing from Stanley's African work, which, from the nature of circumstances, can never be paralleled. There will be results of no small value from geographic field explorations in the near future, but it may be admitted as a whole that the days of great results from geographic discoveries are practically past. We must turn then to the higher field of geographic research, in which comparison and analysis play the most important part. Recall that from a handful of dried plants the botanist Hooker outlined the extent and general physical conditions of an unknown land, that the geologist here in a few score fossil plants read the riddle of wondrous climate changes that the Arctic regions have experienced, and that a geographer forecast and the great plateau of interior Africa years before its existence was demonstrated to the satisfaction of the world. Even higher studies, those of economic geography, await the magic influence of scientific treatment to yield fruition of tremendous import to the future, by forecasting the tendencies of industrial progress as affected by the development and transition of the centers of production of the raw materials and their interrelations with the great centers of population. Such fields offer most promising results to the investigating scientists, and among those who will reap reputation therefrom, let us hope there will be many from the ranks of the members of the National Geographic Society. End of section 21. Recording by Melissa M.
Section 22 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in July 2015. Sir Francis Drake's Anchorage by Edward L. Berthaud. The Elizabethan era was the dawn of the birth of the supremacy of the English navy, which was destined in the 17th and 18th centuries to sweep the seas of Spanish, Dutch, and French navies and destroy the commercial monopoly of Spain in the New World. Foremost among the English to attack the attempted monopoly of Spain in the Americas and the East Indies were Drake and Cavendish, who, with what today seem ridiculously insufficient armaments, shook Spanish pride and conceit, and captured the fabulous wealth they yearly sent in galleons to the mother country. In 1577, under the auspices of England's Queen, a silent partner and sharer in the expected booty, Sir Francis Drake sailed from England to raid the Spanish colonies of North and South America. Sir Francis Drake was one of the boldest buccaneers and navigators that ever sailed from England. He was every inch a sailor. Of infinite bravery, skill, and self-reliance, he sallied out to shear the golden fleece so long the sole monopoly of Spain. Judged today by the standard of present accepted morality, Drake's naval campaign was but a shade above piracy. It was conquest and plunder with no pretension to discovery or commerce. What it achieved was merely incidental in his plans of occupation, a mingling of chivalric bravery with a modicum of religious fervour. One Fletcher, a clergyman, was his chaplain and exhorter, but was not a very zealous workman in the vineyard of the Lord. Fletcher and one Pretty have both left an elaborate account of Drake's res gestae, which in main facts correspond tolerably well. Sir Francis Drake, whom Fletcher calls our Admiral, having raided and plundered the west coast of South America and of Central America and Mexico, from Chile to Guatulco, capturing ships, towns, and great treasures of gold, silver, and plate, spreading a reign of terror in that whole region, reached at last the port of Guatulco, a haven a short distance west of Tehuantepec. At Guatulco, Drake, knowing that the whole power of Spain was now aroused and on the qui vive in the South Sea, and that the return route by the Straits of Magellan was too dangerous and uncertain, both on account of difficult navigation and certain attack from Spanish fleets, boldly resolved to return to England by the Pacific Ocean, the Moluccas and East Indies, and the Cape of Good Hope, a longer but a safer route. Leaving Guatulco well loaded with plunder, Drake sailed northwestward instead of westward, his true course some 500 leagues in longitude, and to June 3rd, 1,400 leagues in all, until we came into 42 degrees north latitude, but Pretty says 43 degrees of the Pole Arctic. Although Fletcher and Pretty differ somewhat in their account, both agree that the cold for them was intense after their long cruise in the tropics. Pretty says, "Our men being pinched with the same, complained of the extremity thereof," while Fletcher pithily says, "They seemed to be in the frozen zone." On June 5th our militant chaplain says, "We were forced by contrary winds to run in with the shore, and so cast anchor in a bad bay." Here the cold continuing, and, as Fletcher calls them, "vile, thick, and stinking fogs prevailing," they were unable to remain, but were forced to go no farther north. Curiously enough, at this point of his narrative, Fletcher seems to have had his mind or his memory much affected, probably by the aforesaid fogs, for in the next paragraph he gravely tells that this bad bay was in the height, latitude, of 48 degrees north, not far from the entrance of Puget Sound into the Pacific Ocean. So, if Fletcher is correct in his statement as to the latitudes gained, then from June 3rd to June 5th, 1579, Drake had sailed in 3 days 6 degrees of latitude, or over 400 miles, or, taking Pretty's estimate of 5 degrees, some 350 miles. But when they concluded to leave this locality and return southward, they followed the coast, which he says was reasonably plain, yet the hills were covered with snow. Thus, returning with propitious winds, our clerical narrator tells us, it took them to June 17th, 1579, to reach on the coast the parallel of 38 degrees 30 minutes north latitude, a convenient and fit harbor, as Fletcher calls it. We can say here that Fletcher's Bay, with the "vile stinking fogs," which he says was in 48 degrees north latitude, must be considered as an error made by him in place of 43 degrees latitude. Greenhow, in his discussion on the Oregon question years ago, comments on the discrepancy of time between Drake's rapid journey northward and the 12 days' time it took the Admiral to sail back to the 38 degrees 30 minutes point with favoring wind. Pryor, in his collection of voyages, a well-known English work, plainly says Drake went to 43 degrees north latitude, then sailed back south to 38 degrees latitude. That this is no surmise on our part as to wind and weather, Fletcher himself says the bay was a most uncomfortable spot for them, and they were driven south to find a better place of anchorage. After carefully comparing Fletcher's and Pretty's narratives, it is evident Drake landed somewhere on the coast of California, but where is the point of discussion. When, however, we consider the cold and frost experienced by them, the confusion of latitudes given, their northing and abrupt return, we cannot give much weight to their latitudes, taking in the storms and fogs that beset that coast, and that their observations and dead reckoning were not even close approximations. Nor can we believe such a magnificent bay and harbor as that of San Francisco could have been so slightingly mentioned by him in the way he narrates, so that the fit and convenient harbor and fair bay could not be the Bay of San Francisco. Bryant, in his History of the United States, discusses the probable location of Drake's harbor on the coast of California, and gives from Hondius a map of his anchorage, which has a strong resemblance of Bodega Bay and Romanzoff Point, now known as Bodega Head. Winsor's Narrative and Critical History of the United States enters largely and interestingly into this subject, a resume of the arguments advanced on this mooted point, adding to the hitherto scanty cartography of Drake's discovery a copy of Dudley's map, the Arcano del Mare. Dudley's map, we think, but little elucidates the question. It indicates certain bays and islands between the 38° and 39° north latitude, one of which is called the Bay of St. Michael, the other Porto di Nueva Albion, which, aside from their approximation to the 38° and 38° 30' latitude, require constructive imagination to call Bodega Bay and the Port of San Francisco. Professor Hale, in Winsor's Narrative and Critical History, hints that it may all be the work of Dudley's imagination. The map of the coast of California, derived from Father Acosta's work in Angel's Mémoires Géographiques, curiously resembles Dudley's map in several respects. Bahia de Pinos can be taken to represent Monterey Bay, and Cabo de San Francisco as Point San Pedro. Then follow islands that by a farther stretch of imagination can be supposed to represent the Farallones, while the Bahia de las Islas on the same lines represents the supposed San Francisco Bay, if such was supposed to exist in the 16th century. But is Cabo de San Francisco a name imposed on that headland after or before Drake's voyage? We hope that Professor Davidson will throw some light on that name in his farther-promised collation of Vizcaino's survey, but Acosta's map is of date anterior to Vizcaino's exploration. We were inclined first to consider the group of islands between Cabo de San Francisco and Punta de Sardine as representing Cabrillo's discoveries, but their distance from Monterey Bay and their position towards Cape Mendocino seem to preclude this theory. Now, Fletcher says expressly, from the height of 48°, 43°, in which we now were, to 38°, we found the land by coasting along to be low. In 38° 30' we fell with a convenient and fit harbor, and June 17, 1579, came to anchor therein, where we continued until July 23rd. San Francisco Bay is in latitude 37° 46' north. Bodega Bay is in 38° 30' north. It is singular, in view of what Fletcher says, that their anchorage was in 38° 30', that a bay south of Drake's most southern return journey should be selected as the point where Drake landed and took possession. Drake coasted to 38° latitude, near to Point Reyes. He, finding no place of suitable anchorage or to land, returns northward again and anchors in Bodega Bay, a most convenient point to refit, where a few days after he indulges, more Anglicano, In the antics of a regal crowning, more befitting the Neptunian masquerade of a jolly set of tars and successful buccaneers laden with plunder than the honours of a sober discovery, while the inane farce of taking possession for the crown of England disregarded the prior rights of Spanish discovery many years before Drake's landing. Fletcher, who enters in some detail as to what took place during their residence in the bay, says, on page 64, "This country our general named Albion," etc. Another reason for the act of possession was evidently Drake's idea that by it he reaffirmed England's denial of Spanish monopoly, founded on the absurd bull of Pope Alexander sharing the eastern and western hemispheres between Spain and Portugal, a partition scouted by both France and England. The absurdity of the act of possession by Sir Francis Drake was in later years repeated in numerous localities on this globe, with signal advantage to England. In this manner the poor ignorant aborigines of Africa, Asia, and America have found themselves invested with the honours of allodial possession, duly transferred to England by the magic of treaties. These, with the claims of first discovery conveniently at hand, backed by presents of cast-off clothing, rum, theatrical crowns, and medals of Britannia, formed the foundation for future seizure and annexation. July 23, 1579, Drake left his anchoring ground, the Indians taking a sorrowful farewell, signalling with fires the departure of the buccaneers. Fletcher now tells us that not far without the harbour did lie certain isles, we called them the Isles of St. James, having on them plentiful and great store of seals and birds, with one of which we fell July 24th, whereon we found such provision as might completely serve our turn for a while. These islands, called by Fletcher the St. James, are undoubtedly the Farallones, yet it took them 1 day's sail to reach them from their anchorage. We can hardly think it would take a day to sail from Drake's Bay or San Francisco harbor to reach these outlying islets. The preponderance of locality and distance seems to point to Bodega Bay as Drake's harbor. It does not seem possible that in their desultory sailing up and down the coast they would have sailed right into San Francisco Bay without hesitation or difficulty in finding it. Then, again, it seems they discovered the St. James Islands only when they left the coast of California. Could they have ignored them when in June they sailed along the coast and entered the bay? On the theory that they stopped in Drake's Bay near Point Reyes, they were in sight of the Farallones. If they had sailed into San Francisco harbor on June 17, 1579, they passed between Drake's Bay and the Farallones and could not fail to see or notice them. A discussion on the values of the latitudes given in the course of the desultory navigation of Drake along the coast of California will not be made here. We leave it to the eminent hydrographer, Professor George Davidson, who has most clearly and sagaciously worked out the devious and puzzling questions involved, from the explorations of Cabrillo and Ferrelo, and he alone is competent to sit in judgment over the positive value of Drake's nautical astronomy. We have elaborated our theory as founded on conditions and physical facts given by the authorities consulted, while we have accepted the latitudes as closely correct when they are applied to the point discussed, when it can be shown they agree with the landmarks described. From the survey of Vizcaíno in 1601 to 1603 until late in the 18th century, the coasts of Upper and Lower California and Oregon were little known or studied. Serious changes took place after 1620, when map-makers began to consider California an island, an error perpetuated into the middle of the 18th century. On Duval's map of 1682, California is represented, and Canada is shown as bordering on California. Port San Francisco is in about 40 degrees north latitude, and the Rio del Norte is emptying into the Vermilion, most fanciful and unreal cartography founded on the worst error of former explorers. Engel and others quoted by him suggested in the last century that the discrepancies between the 16th century Spanish explorations and those brought out in the 18th century might be ascribed to changes in coast configuration. The shallowing of the sea along the coast, the formation of islands and reefs, were sufficient to account for changes in topographic and hydrographic features. We are unable to either affirm or deny the possibility of such changes in the 350 years since Cabrillo's exploration, yet we cannot forget that California and the region around San Francisco has been subjected to violent and oft-recurring seismic convolutions, which have elevated the region around San Francisco many feet above the present Pacific level, and that these convulsions are still far from dormant is yearly witnessed by earthquake shocks, a state of high internal tension which might obliterate that magnificent bay. Consulting the account of Admiral Vizcaino's survey of the coast of California, as given in Father Venegas's History of California, the Capitana and tender had no sooner left the harbor of Monterey than they had a favorable wind, which, lasting till the 12th day, carried them beyond Port San Francisco. But the day after, which was the 7th January, the wind shifted to the northwest, but blowing an easy gale, still made some way, and the tender, concluding there was no necessity for standing in for the shore, continued her voyage. The Capitana, thinking they were in company, did not show any light, by which means in the morning they had no sight of each other, and the General, Vizcaino, in the Capitana returned to Port San Francisco to wait for the tender. Another reason which included the Capitano to put into Puerto Francisco was to take a survey of it and see if anything was to be found of the San Agustin, which in the year 1595 had, by order of His Majesty and the Viceroy, been sent from the Philippines by the governor to survey the coast of California under the direction of Sebastian Rodriguez Kermenon, a pilot of known abilities, but was driven ashore in this harbor by the violence of the wind. Among others on board the San Agustin was the pilot Francisco Volanas, who was also chief pilot of the squadron, Vizcaínos. And the General was desirous of putting in here to see if there remained any vestiges of the ship and cargo. The Capitana came to an anchor behind a point of land called La Punta de los Reyes. We consider that this quotation most signally proves that Port San Francisco was what is now known as Drake's Bay, and that Sebastian Vizcaíno anchored at the northwestern corner under Punta de los Reyes, and if we accept Acosta's map as published previous to 1580, then it would appear that Port San Francisco is a name given to it by the Spaniards, and in no manner connected with Sir Francis Drake's Anchorage or the subsequent dubbing of San Francisco Bay as the Bay of Sir Francis Drake. End of section 22.
Section 23 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. Note on the height of Mount St. Elias by Professor Israel C. Russell. Owing to the wide variations in the reported height of Mount St. Elias, it has been facetiously remarked that the mountain must be undergoing remarkable changes. Now that the accurate measurements of Messrs. McGrath and Turner of the United States Coast and Geodetic Survey have furnished reliable data for comparison, it is important to note that the height of the peak probably does vary, and that future measurements, although as refined as those just mentioned, may not agree with them. At first glance it might be thought that the snow falling on a lofty range would be blown off from the ridges and peaks and accumulated to a great thickness only in the depressions. It is now known, however, from abundant observations that this is not the case, but instead drifts form in a peculiar manner on even the most exposed summits, so as to materially increase their height. As I have previously attempted to describe, the drifts on mountain peaks frequently have the form of a sharp pyramid, set eccentrically on their summits. This is the case on Mount St. Elias. The snow pyramid, which gives the mountain its exceedingly sharp tip, is certainly not less than 200 feet high, and I should not be surprised if, when the top is reached, the snow would be found to be 300 or 400 feet deep. The height of the pyramid depends on the snowfall, on the direction and force of the wind, on eddies in the air currents caused by the shape of the summit, and on avalanches. Every storm remodels the pyramid in the same manner that snow drifts at lower elevations change their shapes, and the great avalanches which start from its northern face must affect its height. Still the resulting form, so far as is known, is always an unsymmetrical pyramid, with its steepest slope to the north. Changes in the height of the pyramid are not caused by melting, for the reason that under present climatic conditions the snow near the summit of the mountain does not melt during the summer, but at an elevation exceeding about 13,500 feet is always dry and light, and resembles the finest meal. The conditions on which the snow pyramid on Mount St. Elias depend are so variable that it is not reasonable to suppose that its height remains the same at all seasons or from year to year. What the variations may be will perhaps be determined by future measurements of the elevation of the mountain. End of section 23.
Section 24 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in July 2015. Geographic Notes by Cyrus C. Babb. The Antarctic Continent. Resume of exploration work. The first expedition into the Antarctic area was made in 1567 by Alvaro Mendaña, a Peruvian. In 1598, the South Shetland Islands, a group south of Cape Horn, was discovered by the Dutch, and in 1606 the New Hebrides group was discovered by a second Peruvian expedition. La Roche, a Frenchman, in 1672 reported the discovery of an island now known as South Georgia Island. France in 1772 sent out M. de Kerguelen, who sighted land in latitude 49 degrees south and longitude 69 degrees east. He thought he had discovered the Antarctic continent, but a second expedition the next year showed it to be only a barren island, which now bears his name. The great English captain, James Cook, was the first, however, to do any serious work in this section. In 1773 he first crossed the southern circle, and the next year he reached latitude 71 degrees 10 minutes south, in longitude 106 degrees 54 minutes west. He describes the region as intensely inhospitable, beset with thick fogs and heavy storms, and the ports along the coast, if there were any, as being filled with ice of a great thickness. He also believed that it would be impossible to attain a higher latitude, and it is a fact that his record has been surpassed only by two other men, that is, Captain James Weddell and Sir James Clarke Ross. After Cook came Smith, Palmer, and Bransfield in 1819 and 1820, and during this latter year also Bellingshausen, a Russian, attained the latitude of 70 degrees south in longitude 1 degree 30 minutes west, discovering Alexander and Peter Islands. Powell discovered the South Orkneys. Cook's record was broken in 1823, when Weddell reached latitude 74 degrees 15 minutes south, in longitude 34 degrees 70 minutes west. Here he found an open sea with many whales surrounding his ship, and the waters covered with birds. Biscoe in 1831 landed on Adelaide Island, discovering also Graham and Enderby lands. Balleny discovered Balleny Islands and Sabrine Island. The Frenchman d'Urville sighted Adeline Land in 1840, but he was unfortunate in being preceded by only a few days by Wilkes, who, in charge of the expedition from our own country, skirted the shore of this continent through 60 degrees of longitude. He was unable to make a landing, owing to the immense ice cap which, descending from the shore, extended for several miles into the sea. It presented a perpendicular face 100 to 200 feet above the level of the sea, and was unbroken by indentations for the entire length along which he coasted. Later, Dallmann discovered Kaiser Wilhelm Islands and Bismarck Strait. The most successful and the most important expedition to the Antarctic was that of the Erebus and Terror, under the command of Sir James Clarke Ross, between the years 1839 and 1848. He thrice crossed the Antarctic Circle. In January 1841, Victoria Land was sighted, consisting of mountain ranges varying from 7,000 to 15,000 feet in height. Along this shore he coasted southward for 500 miles, until his way was intercepted by a perpendicular wall of ice 200 feet in height, extending in an east and west direction. Immediately in front of him the volcanic cones of Mounts Terror and Erebus arose 10,800 and 12,400 feet in height respectively. The latter at the time of visit was in active eruption, and one can imagine what a magnificent sight it must have been to those men to see an immense mountain peak, located in a vast wilderness of ice and snow, belching forth fire, lava, and smoke. The ice barrier capping this Antarctic continent Ross coasted for 300 miles, until he had to make his way out, owing to the closing in of winter. The next season this intrepid explorer repeated his last year's trip, but with not so much success. He reached a latitude, however, of 78 degrees 10 minutes south. In the third season, in 1842 through 43, Ross visited the regions south of Cape Horn in the vicinity of Erebus and Terror Bay. He could not follow Weddell's course, owing to the closing in of heavy pack ice. The next expedition of importance was that of Her Majesty's ship the Challenger, which visited these regions in 1874. Little geographic work as commonly understood, that is, the discovery of new lands, was done. Her investigations were more confined to a study of the deeper regions of the sea. Very valuable scientific results were obtained, however, and through her soundings and dredgings, and in connection with previous discoveries, Dr. Murray has been able to outline the Antarctic continent. In the fall of 1892 an expedition, consisting of 4 steam whalers, was fitted out from Dundee, Scotland. The Royal Geographical Society well equipped them with scientific instruments, such as chronometers and meteorological instruments, and the surgeons on board of 2 of the vessels, the Baleana and the Active, were selected on account of their general scientific training. An account of this expedition may be found in the Scottish Geographical Magazine for February, 1894. The 2 ships, the Active and the Baleana, left the Falkland Islands December 11th, cruising about in search of whales until January 2nd, when they had reached a latitude of 76 degrees south. On January 6, 1893, a landing was made on a beach of Erebus and Terror Bay, where a few specimens of seaweed and moss were found and preserved. No whales of value, as the true whalebone whale, were seen, but of the southern finner and the common hunchback large numbers were encountered. Specimens of the bottlenose and 2 other species were captured, possibly the Aurea capensis and the Globiocephalus. Seals were plentiful, and a good catch was made in a short time, 4 species being observed, apparently identical with those described by Ross, but it is doubtful whether the true fur seal was found. There was a Norwegian sealer, the Jason, in the same vicinity this season. She collected on Seymour Islands, in Erebus and Terror Bay, a number of fossils, which have since been determined as belonging to the lower Tertiary. In September 1893, another Norwegian steam whaler, the Antarctic, sailed from Tønsberg, Norway, for the southern regions. She was sent out by Commander Sven Føyn. Her sailing master is Captain Leonard Christensen. She is bark-rigged, tonnage 226, and carries 8 whaleboats. Meteorological and other observations are to be made. Last season, in the vicinity of Kerguelen Islands, 1,500 seals were caught inside of 8 days, no fur seals, however, being found. All these latter islands in the vessel visited Royal Sound, where a colony of 59 persons was found, consisting of Europeans, Chinese, and Indians. She then sailed for Australia and arrived at Melbourne on February 27, 1894. This November she will attempt to enter the Antarctic Circle in the vicinity of Victoria Island. Finally, the last expedition at this date, consisting of the Norwegian whalers Jason, Castor, and Hertha, has contributed considerably to our topographic knowledge of Antarctica. On December 6, 1893, Captain C.A. Larsen, in the ship Jason, attained a latitude of 68 degrees 10 minutes south, in longitude 60 degrees west, and one of the other vessels reached latitude 69 degrees south, and in a more western longitude. These men have therefore attained a higher southern latitude by 4 degrees in these longitudes than any previous explorers. New lands were discovered, and a number of active as well as extinct volcanoes were sighted. Large numbers of seals were seen and captured, belonging principally to the Grasel and Fiskesel species. Few whales were captured. Species seen were as follows: Blaa whale, fin whale, knarwhal, mink whale, and the wreath whale. On December 1st, land was sighted in 65 degrees 43 minutes south latitude and 56 degrees 57 minutes west longitude, and the name of Cape Fram was given to the headland. The land appeared to be high, covered with snow and ice, and stretched in the north and south direction. Many high snow-covered peaks were seen in the interior, and the name of Mount Jason was given to one of the more eastern and nearer peaks. The lower slopes of this mountain were free of ice and snow, but it was found impossible to land, owing to the immense ice barrier which extended from the land into the sea for a distance of several miles. In latitude 66 degrees 42 minutes south and longitude 61 degrees 50 minutes west, high land was sighted, to which was given the name of Foynland. It consists of 4 hills, their northern and eastern slopes being free of snow, and forming a conspicuous landmark, especially on approaching from the north. Captain Larsen sailed southward for a distance of 300 miles along this ice barrier, until on December 6th he attained his highest southern latitude. Further progress in this direction was prevented by the winter ice. On their return several islands were discovered and named Weather, Robertson, Christensen, and Seal Islands. A landing was made on Christensen Island, and the greater part of it was found to be free of snow. To the northwest of this island, a small volcanic island was sighted, to which was given the name of Lindenberg. Captain Larsen says in his journal, "This volcano had the shape of a sugar loaf, and was of considerable height. The ice was melted for a considerable distance around it. It presented a remarkable aspect, as around the top and on the slopes there were funnel-like holes, from which a very black and thick smoke issued from time to time, covering the top itself. In short, It was in full activity. The Antarctic continent. Figure 3 is a map of the Antarctic continent according to Murray. He estimates the area as nearly 4 million square miles, or a continent with a greater area than Australia. According to Ross, the rocks of Franklin, Cockburn, and Possession Islands are of volcanic origin, and in his dredgings to the east of Victoria Land volcanic rock was found, but with some fragments of grey granite. D'Urville at Availle Land found a precipitous shore with elevations from 2,000 to 3,000 feet. The rocks of the neighboring lands were granites and gneisses. Wilkes found on an iceberg in the same vicinity large boulders of red sandstone and basalt, with smaller gravels, stones, clays, and mud. The dredgings of the Challenger produced from the great ocean basin volcanic debris, but as the Antarctic continent was approached, quartz and granite fragments were found, and in the highest latitudes reached, the dredgings consisted mainly of fragments of diorites, granites, mica schists, sandstones, limestones, and earthy shales. In the reports of the expeditions previous to those of the Dundee and Norwegian whalers, the rocks of the islands to the south of Cape Horn are described as of volcanic origin. Dr. Bruce of the Baleine reports the finding of metamorphic and sedimentary rocks in his soundings. Captain Larsen of the ship Jason, as above stated, collected from Seymour Islands during his first trip in 1892 a number of fossils which have been determined as belonging to the lower Tertiary. In November of the next year he landed on the same island, but at a different place, and says, "When we were a quarter of a Norwegian mile from shore and stood about 300 feet above the sea, the petrified wood became more and more frequent, and we took several specimens which looked as if they were of deciduous trees. The bark and branches, as also the year-rings, were seen in the logs which lay slanting in the soil. The wood seemed not to have been thrown out of the water; on the contrary, it could have never been in the water, because, in the first case, we found petrified worms, while there was none in the second. At other places we saw balls made of sand and cement resting upon pillars composed of the same constituents. The beach is flat and consists of white sand. It would seem, therefore, that Antarctica was a true continental area, having the fundamental continental gneiss with later fossil-bearing sandstones and limestones. The primary object of Ross's expedition was for the purpose of making magnetic observations, and in this he was very successful, sailing to within 160 miles of the South Magnetic Pole. He furnished more trustworthy evidence on the meteorological and magnetic conditions of Antarctica than all the preceding and succeeding expeditions put together. At the time of the reading by Dr. Murray of his valuable paper before the Royal Geographical Society, Dr. Neumayer, a German scientist, contributed an article showing the desirability, even the necessity, of observations in this section before the theory of the Earth's magnetism could be finally settled. The very important problem of the figure of the Earth, together with a number of other geodetic questions, cannot be solved without fuller knowledge of this area. End of section 24.
Section 25 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Hawkins, Gaithersburg. Geographic Notes. Magnetic Observation in Iceland, Jan Mayen, and Spitzbergen in 1892. By Cyrus C. Babbs. The May and June number 1893 of the Annuaire of the French Meteorological Society contains an account of M.Th. Moreau of the magnetic observations made in Iceland, Jan Mayen Island, and Spitzbergen in the year 1892 by the officers of the transport La Manche. The Secretary of the French Navy, at the instance of the Minister of Public Instruction, sent, under command of Captain Bien-Aimé, the steamer La Manche to Jan Mayen and Spitzbergen for scientific purposes supplementary to a supervision of the Iceland fisheries, which was the ordinary duty for the ship. The magnetic observations, participated in by several officers, were tabulated and reduced by Lieutenant Exelmans. In Iceland, the northern and southeastern shores were icebound and the eastern coast nearly unattainable. Consequently, observations were made upon the northwestern coast at Reykjavik, Diary, Isa, and Patrick Fjords. At Jan Mayen, the pier and benchmark erected by the International Austrian Expedition, 1882 to 1883, were found intact. Here, as in Iceland, the soil is magnetic, and all around the building sheltering the pier was found a fine blackish sand arising from rock disintegration, which affected very strongly the magnetic needle. At Spitzenberg, several series of determinations were made at Research Bay on the spot where Bravius observed in 1839. Bad weather and heavy sea prevented them from landing at Cape Thorsden, the Danish magnetic station of 1882, but they succeeded in making observations under favorable conditions, however, in La Manche Bay, about 7 miles from the Swedish observatory. In addition, observations were made at sea at 21 separate points in the vicinity of Iceland, in order to verify the opinion generally accepted among the Iceland fishermen that in these waters the actual direction of the compass varies from 20 degrees to 30 degrees from the calculated direction. These observations indicated that the calculated values are never more than 3 degrees in air. By comparison with former observations, it was found that the average secular variation of the declination is 10 minutes at Jan Mayen 1882 to 1892 and at Spitzenbergen 1839 to 1892, 7 minutes at Reykjavik 1836 to 1892, and 8 minutes at Bergen 1858 to 1892. The secular variation of the inclination and intensity is much less clearly defined. The inclination, for example, appears to have diminished only 9 minutes at Reykjavik since 1876, and is now increased at Jan Mayen and Spitzenbergen according to the observations of 1892. The tendency of this variation may seem natural, taking into consideration the distribution of isochronous in the North Polar Ocean, but on the other hand, we know that different inclination compasses do not give identical results, and again, that to make magnetic observations in volcanic lands strictly comparable, it is necessary that observers should occupy exactly the same point, and even under these conditions, it is uncertain whether the influence of the rocks has not been modified in the meantime. The following table gives the result of the land observations. 1893, June 13, Station Reykjavik, latitude 64 degrees with a question mark, longitude 24 degrees west with a question mark, declination west 36 degrees 43.0 minutes, inclination 76 degrees 17.9 minutes, horizontal component 0.1319, 1893, May 24 through 25, station Diary Fjord, latitude 65.9 degrees, longitude 25.8 degrees west, declination west 38 degrees 33 minutes, inclination 78 degrees 8.7 minutes, horizontal component 0.1157, 1893, May 28, station Isa Fjord, latitude 66.1 degrees, longitude 25.6 degrees west, declination west 40 degrees 22 minutes, inclination blank, horizontal component 0.1216, 1893, June 4th, station Patrick's Fjord, latitude 65.6 degrees, longitude 26.4 degrees west, declination west 41 degrees 57 minutes, Inclination blank. Horizontal component 0.1179. 1893, July 27. Station Jan Mayen. Latitude 71 degrees. Longitude 10.8 degrees west. Declination west 28 degrees 19.2 minutes. Inclination 79 degrees 14.9 minutes. Horizontal component 0.0979. 1893, August 2nd. Station Spitzbergen, RB. Latitude 77.5 degrees. Longitude 12.2 degrees east. Declination west 12 degrees 3.8 minutes. Inclination 80 degrees 1.8 minutes. Horizontal component 9.0920. 1893, August 8th. Station Spitzbergen, CMB. Latitude 78.5 degrees. Longitude 13.7 degrees east. Declination west 10 degrees 3.7 minutes. Inclination 80 degrees 43.9 minutes. Horizontal component 0.0888. End of section 25. Section 26 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Hawkins, Gaithersburg. A New Light on the Discovery of America. This was the title of the paper by Mr. Ewell Oldham, read at the meeting of the British Association for the Advancement of Science last August at Oxford, in the Scottish Geographical Magazine, September 1894, page 471. He says, "At a glance at the map of the Atlantic Ocean will show the three easiest points of access. 1. North America by means of the convenient stepping stones, Iceland and Greenland. 2. Central America, with the help of the steady northeast trade winds. 3. Brazil in South America, which is not only the nearest point to the Old World, but has the additional advantage of winds and currents tending in its direction. There can be little doubt that America was visited by Norsemen about AD 1000 by the first route. Tradition and the records of some early maps, which show large land masses as far west of the Azores, as these are west of Europe, seem to indicate that the second route had been possibly utilized early in the 15th century, but the third and easiest was not available till a West African coast as far as Cape Verde had been discovered. It was in 1445 that Cape Verde was for the first time rounded by one of the exploring expeditions dispatched from Portugal by the indefatigable Prince Henry. There is good reason to believe that only 2 years later Brazil was reached. There is at Milan a remarkable manuscript map, dated AD 1448, drawn by Andrea Bianco of Venice. On this map are shown for the first time the results of the Portuguese discoveries as far as Cape Verde, but in addition there is drawn at the edge of the map, southwest from that cape in the direction of Brazil, a long stretch of coastline labeled Authentic Island, with a further inscription to the effect that stretches 1,500 miles westward. Antonio Galvano, in the Discoveries of the World, published in the middle of the 16th century, says that in AD 1447, a Portuguese ship was carried by a great tempest far westward until an island was discovered, from which gold was brought back to Portugal. As Bianco's map of AD 1448 was made in London, it is likely that this represents information about this voyage obtained in Portugal, where Bianco probably called on a voyage from Venice to England. The conclusion to be drawn is that South America was first seen in the very year in which Columbus is to believe to have been born. by one of the Portuguese explorers dispatched by Prince Henry the Navigator. In the discussion of this paper, the author's conclusions were challenged by several gentlemen on the ground that it is argument but purely conjectural, and that if such a discovery had been made, it would have been known to Columbus and other geographers of the day. End of section 26. Section 27 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Hawkins, Gaithersburg. Monographs of the National Geographic Society by Cyrus C. Babbs. The Board of Managers has the pleasure of announcing that it has made arrangements for the publication of a series of science manuals on the physical features of the United States. The principal object of the publication is to render accessible to every public school in the United States, at a nominal price, accurate and properly correlated information upon the geography of our country, and expressed in simple, untechnical language. Various members of the Society have agitated this question for some time past, and it resulted that in last June, President Hubbard called a meeting of certain geographers to meet Major J.W. Powell and Professor W.M. Davis of Harvard University and listen to their views upon this subject. The teacher of geography in this country at the present time has great difficulty in finding information on their subject, especially comprehensive accounts of their home geography outside of their textbooks. A certain amount may be found in reports of geological surveys, state and national, and in scientific journals, but they are generally written in such a technical style that little benefit can be derived from them. From a suggestion made by Professor Richard Lehman at the Second German Geographical Congress at Halle in 1882, a Central Commission for Scientific Geographic Study of Germany was formed. Various publications have appeared under the direction of this commission, including a guide to geographic study and a bibliography of geographic literature. The more important of the results are included, however, in the special volumes on investigation of German geography and ethnology, now reaching 7 volumes. Our society will somewhat modify the German plan in that monographs will be prepared more especially for the teachers of our public schools. It is also the intention of introducing into the series a large number of maps, diagrams, and illustrations. Arrangements have been consummated with the American Book Company of New York to publish this series and to bring to the attention of the school teachers of this country. The plan involves the preparation of material for a physiographic description of the country by districts. The following are some of the subjects and authors proposed. The Elements of Physiography by Major J.W. Powell, Director of the Bureau of American Ethnology. The Tidal Marshes and Beaches of the Atlantic Coast by N.S. Shaler, Professor of Geology, Harvard University. Niagara Falls and Its History by G.K. Gilbert, United States Geological Survey. The New England Hills by M.W. Davis, Professor of Physical Geography, Harvard University. The Southern Appalachian System by Bailey Willis, United States Geological Survey. Mount Shasta by J.S. Diller, United States Geological Survey. The Lake Region of the Northwest by Professor I.C. Russell, University of Michigan. Among other proposed subjects are floodplains of Missouri, the Atlantic Coastal Plain, the Colorado Canyon, the Great Plains, the high plateaus of Utah, the Valley of California, and the extinct volcanoes of the West. If this project is successful, the idea is to extend the scope, involving the issue of monographs on the relation of geography to other subjects, types of weather in different parts of the country, rainfall, the storms of the United States, the ocean, including the tides and currents of our shores, the relation of geographic form and historical development, the relations of resources, industries, and population, etc. End of section 27. Section 28 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Hawkins, Gaithersburg. Geographic Notes by Cyrus C. Babbs. Important announcement concerning essays. The subject of the essay in competition for the gold medal and geographic certificates of the National Geographic Society for the year 1895 will be the river systems of the United States. The Geographic Gold Medal of the National Geographic Society will be awarded to the best essayist of the entire country, while the second essayist will receive a certificate of honorable mention. The best essayist of each state will receive a certificate of proficiency from the Society. 1. Essays not exceeding 2,000 words in length will be received only from such public schools as announce their intention to compete by May 31, 1895. 2. Essays must be entirely composed by the student, who must certify on honor that he has not received aid from any person. 3. The 2 best essays from each school shall be passed on by a committee of National Geographic Society in order to select the best essay for each state and for the United States. 4. No certificate shall be awarded unless, in the opinion of the judges, the essay offered possesses sufficient merit to justify such award. 5. Essays must be written by the end of the school year in 1895. And be submitted to the National Geographic Society not later than July 15, 1895. One of the most important aims of the National Geographic Society is to stimulate and make more practical the study of geography, particularly with reference to America. The Society therefore seeks the cooperation of all educational workers in making its labors more efficient in general. To this end, gifts for medals and scholarships are solicited, and identification with the Society by membership and personal effort is suggested. The Society already comprises among its active workers a considerable number of geographic scientists, who have given liberally of their time and efforts with a view of stimulating public interest in geographic education. The Society is a working one, and in its efforts to exercise an educational influence over the whole of the United States, feels justified in asking liberal support from public-spirited citizens. The Society numbers nearly 1,100 members and has active representatives in every state and territory. All members are earnestly requested to take a special interest in this subject and to bring it to the attention of the school superintendents and the teachers in their vicinity. Additional circulars may be obtained by the committee as given below. General A. W. Greeley, United States Army. Dr. T.C. Mendenhall, President, Worcester Polytech Institute, and Professor W. B. Powell, Superintendent of Public Schools of the District of Columbia, constitute the committee charged with the award of the prizes for 1895. The Committee on Prizes also desire to announce that in connection with the essay submitted to the Society last year on the river systems of the United States, that Miss Cora Combs of the high school at Chariton, Iowa, received honorable mention on the unanimous recommendation of the judges. End of section 28.
Section 29 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Laws of temperature control of the geographic distribution of terrestrial animals and plants. Annual address by Vice President Dr. C. Hart MaryAnn. Footnote: the present abstract of the principal results of an investigation carried on under the Department of Agriculture is here published by permission of the Honorable J. Sterling Morton, Secretary of Agriculture. The temperature data have been furnished by the United States Weather Bureau a branch of the Department of Agriculture. A preliminary announcement of results was made by the author before the Philosophical Society of Washington on May 26, 1894. End of footnote. The tendency of animals and plants to multiply beyond the means of subsistence and to spread over all available areas is well understood. What naturalists wish to know is not how species are dispersed, but how they are checked in their efforts to overrun the earth. Geographic barriers are rare, except in the case of oceans, and since even these were formerly breached at the north, another cause must be sought. This has been found in the group of phenomena commonly hidden under the word climate, and nearly a century ago it was shown by Humboldt that temperature is the most important of these climatic factors. In the northern hemisphere, animals and plants are distributed in circumpolar belts or zones, the boundaries of which follow lines of equal temperature rather than parallels of latitude. They conform in a general way, therefore, with the elevation of the land, sweeping northward over the lowlands and southward over the mountains. Between the pole and the equator there are three primary belts: boreal, austral, and tropical, each of which may be subdivided into minor belts and areas. In the United States, the boreal and austral regions have each been split into three secondary transcontinental zones. The boreal are known as the Arctic, Hudsonian, and Canadian; the austral as the transition, upper austral, and lower austral. The subordinate faunas and floras need not be here considered. The area of overlapping of boreal and austral types is confined in most parts of the country to the narrow transition zone, but along the Pacific coast it reaches all the way from southern California to Puget Sound. This Pacific coast strip has always proved a stumbling block to students of geographic distribution of life in America, but has now become the means of verifying the fundamental laws governing this distribution, as shown later. But while the boundaries of the several zones rarely coincide with absolute mechanical barriers, being fixed in the main by temperature, difference of opinion prevails as to the period during which the temperature exerts its restraining influence, and no formula for the expression of the temperature control has been heretofore discovered. None of the temperature data computed and plotted on maps as isotherms are available in locating the exact boundaries of the zones, because these isotherms invariably show the temperature of arbitrary periods such as months, seasons, and years, periods whose beginning and ending have reference to a particular time of year rather than a particular degree or quantity of heat. Thus the temperature for July, which is by far the most important of those commonly shown in isotherms, bears an inconstant relation to the hottest part of the year. In certain localities the 4 hottest weeks may fall within the month of July, but in other localities they cover the period from the middle of June to the middle of July; in others from the middle of July to the middle of August, and in others still from the early part of August to early September. Similarly, the isotherms showing the mean annual temperature fail to conform to the boundaries of the life zones, although in the far south they may be nearly coincident. The mean summer temperature is obviously inapplicable because of the varying length of the season in different localities. Several years ago I endeavored to show that the distribution of terrestrial animals and plants is governed by the temperature of the period of growth and reproductive activity, not by the temperature of the whole year. But how to measure the temperatures concerned was not then worked out. The period of growth and reproductive activity is of variable duration according to latitude, altitude, and local conditions of each particular locality. In the tropics and a few other areas it extends over nearly the whole year, while within the Arctic Circle and on the summits of high mountains it is of less than 2 months' duration. It is evident, therefore, that while in the tropics there may be a close agreement between the mean annual temperature and the life zones, in the north the widest discrepancy exists between them. At one time I believed that the mean temperature of the actual period of reproductive activity in each locality was the factor needed, but such means are almost impossible to obtain, and subsequent study has convinced me that the real temperature control may be better expressed by other data. A footnote: I began work on this line about 15 years ago and continued at intervals for 10 years before convinced of its impracticability. End of footnote. For more than a century, physiological botanists have maintained that the various events in the life of plants, as leafing, flowering, and maturing of fruit, take place when the plant has been exposed to a definite quantity of heat, which quantity is the sum total of the daily temperatures above a minimum assumed to be necessary for functioning activity. The minimum used by Boussingault and early botanists generally was the freezing point, 0 degrees of Celsius or 32 degrees Fahrenheit. But Marie Davy and other recent writers believe that 6 degrees Celsius or 43 degrees Fahrenheit more correctly indicates the temperature of the awakening of plant life in spring. Footnote: the exact equivalent of 6 degrees Celsius is 42.8 degrees Fahrenheit. End of footnote. In either case, the substance of the theory is that the same stage of vegetation is attained in any year when the sum of the mean daily temperatures reaches the same value, which value or total is essentially the same for the same plant in all localities. This implies that the period necessary for the accomplishment of a definite physiological act, blossoming for instance, may be short or long according to local climatic peculiarities, but the total quantity of heat must be the same. The total amount of heat necessary to advance a plant to a given stage came to be known as the physiological constant of that stage. Linzer believed this law to be fallacious and maintained that the physiological constant of any particular stage of vegetation was not the sum total of heat acquired that time, but the ratio or proportion of this sum to the sum total for the entire season. Thus, Linzer's physiological constant is the ratio of the sum of the mean daily temperatures at the time when any particular stage of vegetation is attained to the sum total for the year. This formula was based on the belief that plants of the same species, living in different places, arrive at the same phase of development by utilizing the same proportion of the total heat which they receive in the course of a season. Students of geographic distribution may dismiss this phase of this inquiry as not pertinent to the problem in hand, for we are concerned with the physiological constant of the species itself, not of any stage or period in its life history. But what is the physiological constant of a species, and how can it be measured? If it is true that the same stage of vegetation is attained in different years, when the sum of the mean daily temperatures reaches the same value, it is obvious that the physiological constant of a species must be the total quantity of heat or sum of positive temperatures required by that species to complete its cycle of development and reproduction. The difficulty in computing such sums is in fixing the end of the period during which temperature exerts its influence upon the organism. In the case of plants, this can be done by direct observation of a particular individual or crop, in connection with careful thermometric readings covering the whole period of vegetative activity, and data of this sort have been actually recorded by certain European phenologists, but I am not aware that an attempt has been made to correlate the facts thus obtained with the boundaries of the life zones. Since, however, all forms of life are affected by temperature, and it is manifestly impracticable to ascertain by direct observation the total quantity of heat necessary to enable the various species of mammals, birds, and reptiles to complete the annual cycle of reproduction, and since the areas inhabited by definite assemblages of animals and plants have been found to be essentially coincident, it is evident that a more generalized formula is necessary. If the computation can be transferred from the species to the zone it inhabits, if a zone constant can be substituted for a species constant, the problem will be well nigh solved. This I have attempted to do. In conformity with the usage of botanists, a minimum temperature of 6 degrees Celsius 43 degrees Fahrenheit, has been assumed as marking the inception of the period of physiological activity in plants and of reproductive activity in animals. The effective temperatures or degrees of normal mean daily heat in excess of this minimum have been added together for each station, beginning when the normal mean daily temperature rises higher than 6 degrees Celsius in spring and continuing until it falls to the same point at the end of the season. The sums thus obtained have been plotted on a large-scale map of the United States, and isotherms have been run, which are found to conform in a most gratifying manner to the northern boundaries of the several life zones, as may be seen on comparing a reduced copy of this map, see Plate 12, with the map of the life zones, see Plate 14. The latter, it may be observed, is identical, save a few corrections in minor details, with the third edition of my Biogeographic Map of North America, prepared a year ago and published in the Annual Report of the Secretary of Agriculture for 1893. Footnote: the only changes worth mentioning are the introduction of the tropical along the lower Colorado Valley, the extension of the tropical across the peninsula of Florida, and the extension of the transition along the Pacific coast strip. End of footnote. While the available data are not so numerous as might be desired, the stations in many instances being too far apart, still enough are at hand to justify the belief that animals and plants are restricted in northward distribution by the total quantity of heat during the season of growth and reproduction. Footnote: in the case of certain sensitive species, another factor enters into the problem, namely killing frosts, for a few species are excluded by the occurrence of frosts from areas having a sufficient total quantity of heat for their needs. End of footnote. The isotherm, indicating a sum total of 5,500 degrees Celsius, 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit, coincides with the northern limit of distribution of transition zone species, agreeing in the main with the dividing line between the two primary life regions of the northern hemisphere, austral and boreal. But in areas where extensive overlapping of austral and boreal types occurs, as along the Pacific coast from southern California northward to Puget Sound, it will be observed that the isotherm in question points as elsewhere to the northern limit of austral types and bears no relation whatever to the southward limit of boreal types. It is evident, therefore, that the southward range of boreal species, and perhaps of others also, is regulated by some cause other than the total quantity of heat. This cause was believed to be the mean temperature of the hottest part of the year, for it is reasonable to suppose that boreal species in ranging southward will encounter sooner or later a degree of heat they are unable to endure. The difficulty is in ascertaining the length of the period whose mean temperature acts as a barrier. It must be short enough to be included within the hottest part of the summer in high northern latitudes, and would naturally increase in length from the north southward. For experimental purposes, and without attempting unnecessary refinement, the mean normal temperature of the 6 hottest consecutive weeks of summer was arbitrarily chosen and plotted on a large contour map of the United States, as in the case of the total quantity of heat. On comparing a reduced copy of this map, Plate 13, with a zone map, Plate 14, it appears that the isotherms conform to the southern boundaries of the boreal, transition, and upper austral life zones, and that the isotherm of 18 degrees Celsius, 64.4 degrees Fahrenheit, agrees almost precisely with the southern boundary of the boreal region. The coincidence is indeed so close as to justify the belief that animals and plants are restricted in southward distribution by the mean temperature of a brief period covering the hottest part of the year. In the isotherm of 18 degrees Celsius, 64.4 degrees Fahrenheit, for the 6 hottest consecutive weeks, see Plate 13, is compared with that of 5,500 degrees Celsius, 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit, showing the sum of positive temperatures, see Plate 12. It will be observed that the two are coincident in the main, except in a few localities. The principal discrepancy is along the Pacific coast from Puget Sound to southern California. In this strip, maps 12 and 13 not only fail to agree, but are fundamentally different, showing that no constant relation exists between the mean temperature of the 6 hottest consecutive weeks and the total of heat for the season. The mean temperature of the hottest part of the year, from about latitude 35 degrees northward along the coast, is truly boreal, being as low as the mean of the corresponding period in northern Maine and other points well within the boreal zone. The mean of the 6 consecutive hottest weeks at several points on the coast of California is as follows: at Eureka on Humboldt Bay, 13.5 degrees Celsius, 56 degrees Fahrenheit; At San Francisco, 15.5 degrees Celsius, 60 degrees Fahrenheit. At Monterey and Ventura, 17.5 degrees Celsius, 63.5 degrees Fahrenheit. Footnote: Santa Barbara, between Monterey and Ventura, has a slightly higher mean, 67 degrees Fahrenheit, which is explained by its situation on a low, narrow coastal plain facing the south, with a range of mountains immediately on the north. End of footnote. Strange as it may seem, San Francisco has a lower normal mean temperature during the hottest part of the year than Eastport, Maine, the mean of Eastport being 16 degrees Celsius, 61 degrees Fahrenheit. On the other hand, the sum of positive temperatures, the normal mean daily temperatures above 6 degrees Celsius at San Francisco, is more than 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit higher than at Eastport, being 11,290 degrees Celsius, 20,360 degrees Fahrenheit at the former, and only 5,470 degrees Celsius, 9,880 degrees Fahrenheit at the latter locality. At no point in the Pacific coast strip is the sum of the positive temperatures known to fall below 7,330 degrees Celsius, 13,600 Fahrenheit, and it reaches 8,200 degrees Celsius, 14,800 degrees Fahrenheit at Tatoosh Island, off Cape Flattery, the extreme northwestern point of the United States. Even at Cape Flattery, therefore, the total of heat for the season is 260 degrees Celsius, 500 degrees Fahrenheit, greater than at Eastport, Maine, though the latter is the more southern locality and has the higher mean summer temperature. The data at hand for the Pacific coast strip are amply sufficient to demonstrate two important facts. One, that the temperature of the summer season, the hottest part of the year, is phenomenally low for the latitude and altitude, so low indeed as to enable boreal types to push south to latitude 35 degrees. 2, that the total quantity of heat, the sum of the positive temperatures for the entire season, is phenomenally high for the latitude, so high indeed as to enable austral types to push north to Puget Sound. The total of heat is even greater at Puget Sound than at Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Indianapolis, Keokuk, or Omaha, though 500 miles north of the latitude of these places. In other words, the mean temperature of the hottest part of the year is sufficiently low for boreal species, while the total quantity of heat is sufficiently great for austral species. It is evident, therefore, that the principal climatic factors that permit boreal and austral types to live together along the Pacific coast are a low summer temperature combined with a high sum total of heat. The temperature is remarkably equable throughout the year. It never rises high for any length of time, and killing frosts are rare. The study of the accompanying maps was the means of leading me first to the explanation of the anomalous distribution of species on the Pacific coast, where for a distance of more than 1,000 miles a curious intermingling of northern and southern forms occurs, and second, to what I now conceive to be the true theory of the temperature control of the geographic distribution of species. The fundamental laws here developed, phrased for the northern hemisphere, may be briefly formulated as follows. 1. The northward distribution of animals and plants is determined by the total quantity of heat, the sum of the effective temperatures. 2. The southward distribution of boreal, transition zone, and upper austral species is determined by the mean temperature of the hottest part of the year. Zone temperatures. Boreal zones. The distinctive temperatures of the three boreal zones, Arctic, Hudsonian, and Canadian, are not positively known, but the southern limit of the boreal as a whole is marked by the isotherm of 18 degrees Celsius, 64.4 degrees Fahrenheit, for the 6 hottest consecutive weeks of summer. It seems probable, from the few data available, that the limiting temperatures of the southern boundaries of the Hudsonian and Arctic zones are respectively 14 degrees Celsius, 57.2 degrees Fahrenheit, and 10 degrees Celsius, 50 degrees Fahrenheit, for the same period. Transition zone species require a total quantity of heat of at least 5,500 degrees Celsius, 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit, but cannot endure a summer temperature the mean of which for the 6 hottest consecutive weeks exceeds 22 degrees Celsius, 71.6 degrees Fahrenheit. The northern boundary of the transition zone, therefore, is marked by the isotherm showing a sum of normal positive temperatures of 5,500 degrees Celsius, 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit, while its southern boundary is coincident with the isotherm of 22 degrees Celsius, 71.6 degrees Fahrenheit, for the 6 hottest consecutive weeks. Upper austral species require a total quantity of heat of at least 6,400 degrees Celsius, 11,500 degrees Fahrenheit, but apparently cannot endure a summer temperature the mean of which for the 6 hottest consecutive weeks exceeds 26 degrees Celsius, 78.8 degrees Fahrenheit. The northern boundary of the upper austral zone, therefore, is marked by the isotherm showing a sum of normal positive temperatures of 6,400 degrees Celsius, 11,500 degrees Fahrenheit, while its southern boundary agrees very closely with the isotherm of 26 degrees Celsius, 78.8 degrees Fahrenheit, for the 6 hottest consecutive weeks. Lower austral species require a total quantity of heat of at least 10,000 degrees Celsius, 18,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The northern boundary of the lower austral zone, therefore, is marked by the isotherm showing a sum of normal positive temperatures of 10,000 degrees Celsius, 18,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A formula expressing the temperature control of its southern boundary has not yet been found. Tropical species require a total quantity of heat of at least 14,400 degrees Celsius, 26,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and since the tropical life region is a broad equatorial belt, it is probable that both its northern and southern boundaries are marked by the isotherm showing a sum of normal positive temperatures of 14,400 degrees Celsius, 26,000 degrees Fahrenheit. An interesting fact representing the relative values of the zones is brought out by the isotherms showing the total quantity of heat necessary for each. It appears that the transition and upper austral zones are not of equal value, but that together they are the exact equivalent of the lower austral zone. Table of governing temperatures. Boreal region, Arctic zone. Governing temperatures. Northern limit, sum of normal mean daily temperatures above 6 degrees Celsius, 43 degrees Fahrenheit, blank. Southern limit, normal mean temperature of 6 hottest consecutive weeks, 10 degrees Celsius, 50 degrees Fahrenheit, estimated from insufficient data. Boreal region, Hudsonian zone. Governing temperatures, northern limit, blank. Southern limit, 14 degrees Celsius, 57.2 degrees Fahrenheit, estimated from insufficient data. Boreal region, Canadian zone. Governing temperatures, northern limit, blank. Southern limit, 18 degrees Celsius, 64.4 degrees Fahrenheit. Austral region, transition zone. Governing temperatures, northern limit, 5,500 degrees Celsius, 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Southern limit, 22 degrees Celsius, 71.6 degrees Fahrenheit. Austral region, upper austral zone. Governing temperatures, northern limit, 6,400 degrees Celsius, 11,500 degrees Fahrenheit. Southern limit, 26 degrees Celsius, 78.8 degrees Fahrenheit. Austral region, lower austral zone. Governing temperatures, northern limit, 10,000 degrees Celsius, 18,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Southern limit, blank. And tropical region, governing temperatures, northern limit, 14,500 degrees Celsius, 26,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and southern limit, blank. Footnotes. The transition zone comprises 3 principal subdivisions: an eastern or Alleghenian humid area, a western arid area, and a Pacific coast humid area. The upper austral zone comprises 2 principal subdivisions, an eastern or Carolinian area, and a western or upper Sonoran area. The lower austral zone comprises 2 principal subdivisions, an eastern or Austro-Riparian area, and a western or lower Sonoran area. The Fahrenheit equivalents of centigrade sum temperatures are stated in round numbers to avoid small figures of equivocal value. End of footnotes. Secondary causes affecting distribution. It is not the purpose of the present essay to discuss the secondary causes affecting distribution. At the same time, it seems desirable to contrast for a moment the influence of humidity, which is by far the most potent of the secondary causes, with that of temperature, which has been shown to be the primary controlling cause. Humidity governs details of distribution of numerous species of plants, reptiles, and birds, and of a few species of mammals within the several temperature zones. Thus, the palmetto, the green chameleon, the chuck-will's widow, and the rice-field mouse inhabit humid parts of the lower austral zone, the austro-riparian area, while the mesquite, the leopard lizard, the sickle-billed thrushes, and the four-toed kangaroo rats find their homes in arid parts of the same zone, the lower Sonoran area. That humidity is less potent than temperature as a controlling factor in distribution may be shown in several ways. The numerical evidence I have given on a previous occasion. Equally convincing is the circumstance that many genera, restricted to particular conditions of temperature, range completely across the continent, inhabiting alike the humid and arid subdivisions of their respective zones, but no genus, restricted to particular conditions of humidity, ranges north and south across the several temperature zones. Humidity and other secondary causes determine the presence or absence of particular species in particular localities within their appropriate zones, but temperature predetermines the possibilities of distribution. It fixes the limits beyond which species cannot pass. It defines broad transcontinental belts within which certain forms may thrive if other conditions permit, but outside of which they cannot exist, be the other conditions never so favorable. Explanation of maps. The temperature maps show the isotherms that conform to the boundaries of the life zones and the data on which they are based. The spots show the actual positions of the temperature stations. In map 12, showing the distribution of the sum of effective temperatures, the isotherms conform with the northern boundaries of the life zones, as shown on map 14, as follows. The isotherm of 14,500 degrees Celsius conforms with the northern boundary of the tropical, of 10,000 degrees Celsius with that of the lower austral, 6,400 degrees Celsius with that of the upper austral, and 5,500 degrees Celsius with that of the transition. In map 13, showing the normal mean temperature of the 6 hottest consecutive weeks, the isotherms conform with the southern boundaries of the life zones, as shown on map 14, as follows. The isotherm of 18 degrees Celsius with the southern boundary of the boreal, of 22 degrees Celsius with the southern boundary of the transition, and 26 degrees Celsius with the southern boundary of the upper austral. End of section 29.
Section 30 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Oregon, Its History, Geography, and Resources by John H. Mitchell, United States Senator from Oregon. Address delivered before the Society, March 29, 1895. In whatever aspect considered, the subject of this address is fruitful in suggestion. Whether it be viewed in respect to the derivation and signification of the name Oregon, as originally applied to the territory and later to the state, to the manner in which and through what title that territory became a part of the domain of our common country, or in reference to its location, nationally and internationally considered, to its vast extent, its geographic formation, its grand mountains, its magnificent rivers, its fertile valleys, its unrivaled scenic beauties, its capabilities of production, its trade, its commerce, its brave, stalwart pioneer people, its social and political institutions, in whichever of these aspects the subject is viewed, it is pregnant with historic interest, full of material for discussion and thought. Let us consider, in the first place, the manner in which what was formerly known as Oregon Territory became a part of the public domain of the United States, and nature of the title under which we hold, its extent territorially, and then briefly its general characteristics, and particularly some of the more prominent geographic features and resources of the present state of Oregon. While making no pretensions as an historian, I confess I am still less a geographer. Therefore, what I shall have to say this evening will perhaps be more historical than geographic in its nature, and would perhaps be more appropriate before an historical society than a geographic society. Discovery and acquisition of title. Of Oregon today, though one of the American states, clothed with all the attributes of that sovereignty which attaches to statehood, is widely different in respect to territorial extent, as also in very many other respects, from the Oregon of a century ago. Although the present state of Oregon includes within its boundaries an area of 30,000 square miles, more than that included in the whole of the 6 New England states, it is but a fraction less than 1/5 in size the original Oregon territory, as claimed at first by Spain and subsequently by the United States. Out of that territory, after losing about 200,000 square miles by compromise, has been carved 3 great states and a large portion of the 4th, namely Oregon, Washington, Idaho, and part of Montana. The history of the various titles under which our government asserted claim to the territory of Oregon, in a prolonged diplomatic contest with Great Britain for the supremacy, is interesting in the highest degree. Our title was of triple character. First, discovery and settlement by Spain, to which title we succeeded. Second, discovery in our own right in 1792, followed by scientific exploration and actual settlement. Third, cession from France of the Louisiana Territory. For nearly 3 centuries prior to 1790, Spain had been making claim, on account of alleged discovery, to all of Oregon Territory, extending from the 42nd degree of northern latitude, not only 54 degrees 40 minutes, but to the 61st parallel, and extending from Pacific Ocean eastward to the central heights of the Rocky Mountains. It was in dimensions a vast empire. Its geographic extent was about 760 miles from north to south, and about 650 from east to west, embracing an area of about 494,000 square miles, or 7½ times greater than all the 6 New England states put together, 2½ times as large as the whole of Spain, and more than 50,000 square miles more than all of Spain, France, and Portugal combined. This claim of Spain dated back 277 years prior to 1790, or 382 years ago, the inceptive right being based by some on the alleged discovery of the Pacific Ocean by Balboa in 1513, when he assumed possession of it as a private sea in the name and for the benefit of the Spanish crown. But this claim had slight grounds, indeed no really good grounds of support, though it was greatly strengthened from time to time by the navigation of its coasts and the occupation of its territory by Spanish navigators, Maldonado in 1528, Faredo in 1543. In 1592, San Juan de Fuca, a Greek navigator in the Spanish service, entered the strait bearing his name, which now separates the United States from the British possessions. He then for a time supposed he had discovered the great northwestern passage, connecting the 2 oceans. In 1774, the navigator Captain Juan Perez sailed from San Blas January 25th, landing first on the northeastern coast of Queen Charlotte Island, near the 54th parallel. Humboldt says he was the first of all European navigators to anchor in Nootka Sound, in latitude 49 degrees 30 minutes. This he named Fort San Lorenzo. 4 years later it was by Captain Cook called King George's Sound. Haceta, a Spanish navigator who visited and landed on the coast in 1775, and Galiano and Valdez in 1792. That they explored the entire Oregon coast and even farther northward is an historical fact which cannot be questioned. Prior to 1790, the claim of Spain to this vast territory was not seriously disputed by any power, although Great Britain had been feebly making a claim scarcely less ancient, though based on more fragile and less defensible title. This claim on the part of Great Britain rested originally, although subsequently that source of the title was virtually abandoned, on the acts familiar to all of Sir Francis Drake, the English buccaneer and filibuster, who in 1577, and with 5 armed vessels, had sailed from England with the connivance of Queen Elizabeth, ostensibly for a voyage to Egypt, but in fact on a filibustering expedition against Spain. 2 years later, in 1579, having reached the waters of the Pacific Ocean through the Strait of Magellan, his fleet encountered storms, reducing it to 1 schooner of 100 tons burden and his naval force to 60 men. Just how far Drake sailed northward along the California and Oregon coast is a matter of doubt, some historians asserting he went as far as 42 degrees, others 43 degrees, and some as far as 48 degrees. All agree, however, that having encountered storms, he returned to the 38th parallel and landed in a bay now supposed to be either the present Bay of San Francisco or the Bay of Bodega, where, as one historian tells us, he accepted from the savages of the far west, in the name of Queen Elizabeth, coronation, scepter, and sovereignty. Great Britain, however, in her prolonged contest with the United States, placed no reliance on the acts of Drake, but based her claim first on the alleged discovery of the Oregon Territory by Captain Cook in 1778, and subsequently on alleged discoveries by Captain Mears in 1788, and by Captain Vancouver in 1792, 1793, and 1794. It was claimed, moreover, that Great Britain was the first to acquire what was termed a beneficial interest in those regions by commercial intercourse. Resting on these respective titles, that of Great Britain certainly lacking in every respect all those essential elements which constitute a real foundation for a valid claim of sovereignty, these 2 great rival powers, Spain and Great Britain, came into contention over their respective claims to and in this vast territory in 1790, resulting in what is known in history as the Nootka Convention. The claim of England was then hardly one of sovereignty, but rather, as she asserted, an indisputable right to the enjoyment of a free and uninterrupted navigation, commerce, and fishing, and to the possession of such establishments as they should form, with the consent of the natives of the country not previously occupied by any European nation. In the assertion of these alleged rights on the part of Great Britain, and of the Spanish contention on the part of the Spanish crown, the conflicting and rival claims to sovereignty were attempted to be upheld, as one historian tells us, by an occasional visit by vessels temporarily trading with the natives, some fishing, and a few shanties. The Spanish authorities, however, denying the rights asserted by Great Britain, seized and confiscated her vessels and other property employed in the assertion of her claims to occupation, if not intended to sovereignty. It was this conflict which resulted in the Nootka Convention of 1790. That Great Britain gained nothing by the terms of that treaty in respect to her alleged rights, either as to sovereignty, tenancy, or commerce, in any of the countries bordering on the Pacific Ocean, is conceded by all historians. That her claims both as to discovery and prior occupation submitted to that convention were absolutely baseless as against those of Spain or any other power must be conceded. Even should we concede all that has ever been claimed by the most ardent English historian in respect to the achievements of Sir Francis Drake and others, it amounts to nothing against the Spanish claim. And so, in reference to the alleged discovery by British captains Cook, Meares, and Vancouver, for the evidence is conclusive that this same coast had been navigated and the land discovered more than 260 years before by the Spanish navigator Maldonado, 1528. If then Great Britain gained nothing in her claim, either as to sovereignty or occupancy, by the Nootka Treaty of 1790, as she did not, she certainly had no right to complain. When this treaty was submitted to the British Parliament, it was denounced by the opposition as a cowardly surrender. "Nothing has been gained," said Mr. Charles Fox, "but on the contrary much has been surrendered." And speaking further, Mr. Fox said, "Our right before the Convention, whether admitted or denied by Spain was of no consequence, was to settle any part of South or Northwest America not fortified against us by previous occupancy, and we are now restricted to settle in certain places only and under certain conditions. Our rights of fishing extended to the whole ocean, and now it is limited and not to be exercised within certain distances of Spanish settlements. Our right of making settlements was not, as now, a right to build huts, but to plant colonies, if we thought proper. In renouncing all right to make settlements in South America, we have given to Spain what she considered as inestimable, and have in return been contented with dross. But whatever rights Great Britain had by virtue of the Nootka Treaty of 1790 were lost, totally destroyed, when in 1796 Spain declared war against Great Britain, as it is a principle of public law that a declaration of war destroys all treaties between the belligerents. The claim of Spain on the whole of Oregon territory south of the 61st parallel was acknowledged by the Russian government, the only power holding claims which conflicted with Spain. In 1790, complaints had been made to the Russian court against Russian subjects for invading the Spanish territory south of 61° of northern latitude. To this complaint the Emperor of all the Russias, through the proper channel, replied in these words: "The Emperor assures the King of Spain he is extremely sorry that the repeated orders issued to prevent the subjects of Russia from violating in the smallest degree the territory belonging to another power should have been disobeyed." This was clear and unequivocal recognition of the sovereignty of Spain to all territory south of the 61st parallel. The contention on the part of the government of Great Britain that whatever rights the United States acquired in the Oregon territory in virtue of the treaty with Spain, known as the Florida Treaty, in 1819, subject to certain rights of Great Britain as to alleged joint occupancy with Spanish subjects existing in virtue of the Nootka Treaty of 1790, was completely annihilated, first by Secretary Calhoun in 1843, and subsequently by Secretary Buchanan in 1845. They demonstrated two propositions. First, not only had Great Britain acquired no rights of sovereignty in virtue of the Treaty of 1790 with Spain, but by that treaty the sovereignty of Spain was directly conceded. For the only rights fully recognized to Great Britain in the treaty were that her subjects should not be disturbed in landing on the coasts in places already occupied for the purpose of carrying on trade with the natives. Second, that the Treaty of 1790 was abrogated by the declaration of war of Spain against Great Britain in 1796. That by that war it fell to the ground and was never resurrected, and therefore every right which Great Britain had in virtue of its provisions vanished. In their discussion, the principle of public law, that war terminates all subsisting treaties between the belligerent powers, was discussed with great ability. It was clearly shown that the only exception to this general rule is in case of a treaty recognizing certain sovereign rights as belonging to a nation which had previously existed. independently of any treaty engagement. That is, those rights which the treaty did not create, but merely recognized, cannot be destroyed by war between the governments constituting parties to the treaties. The treaty of peace, for instance, between this country and Great Britain in 1783, wherein Great Britain acknowledged that the United States was free, sovereign, and independent, is of this exceptional character, a right recognized but not granted by treaty, and hence a right which cannot be destroyed by war. The claim of Spain to the territory of Oregon, that is, the territory lying on the Pacific Ocean, north of the 42nd parallel and extending to 54 degrees 40 minutes, did not rest alone on discovery and settlement, but also being embraced within and part of the ancient Louisiana, ceded by France to Spain in 1762, and by a secret arrangement re-ceded to France in 1800, then ceded by France to the United States in 1803, known as the Louisiana Purchase. Whatever claim, therefore, Spain had to Oregon territory in 1800, prior to her cession to France in virtue of either discovery and settlement on the one hand, or by cession from France as part of the ancient Louisiana on the other, vested in the United States by the Louisiana Purchase. That Spain, therefore, was the real and sole sovereign owner of the whole of Oregon territory against Great Britain, there can be no doubt, and the United States succeeded to all the rights which Spain ever had, first by the cession from France in 1803, and second by virtue of the Florida Treaty and the cession from Spain in 1819. Americans, the first actual discoverers of Oregon. Whatever may be said as to discovery, tendency, occupation, exploration, and settlement of that vast region, or of the mighty West lying north of the 42nd parallel, or whatever may be the character of those claims on the part of any country, the glory of the actual discovery, of the real scientific exploration and actual settlement, belongs to America, to the United States. And on that high, unimpeachable title, irrespective of all others, has our country ever stood and can forever stand in its claim to the territory of Oregon. The first real assertion of sovereignty in all that vast region occurred when, on May 11, 1792, Captain Gray of Boston, an American citizen and navigator, a naval officer during the Revolutionary War, master of the merchant ship Columbia, discovered and entered the great river of the West. He ascended its waters a distance of 25 miles from its mouth, remaining there 9 days, and named it Columbia in honor of his ship, planted the American flag on its shores, and took possession of the country in the name of the United States. Indefatigable were the efforts of Great Britain to wrest this honor from the United States, and in support of this effort all manner of claims were from time to time set up. Suspicion had been entertained for many years, perhaps a century prior to 1792, in the minds of Spanish and English navigators, that a large river emptied somewhere into the waters of the Pacific, and the English navigators, Mears and Vancouver, had been instructed by their respective governments to make every effort to discover it. But they spent months in the years 1791 and 1792 in this effort, but without result. Mears, says one historian, failed to find the mouth of the supposed river when he was led to explore it in the Straits of Fuca, and made permanent record of his failure in the 2 titles he left there, Cape Disappointment and Deception Bay. The same historian, in speaking of Vancouver, says, Vancouver scrutinized that coast for about 250 miles, and so minutely that the surf has been constantly seen from the masthead to break on its shores. Thus he failed to discover the mouth of the Columbia, mistaking, evidently, the breakers on its fearful bars for coast surf. This entry was made in his journal, April 29, 1792, only 12 days prior to the date when Captain Gray made the great discovery. And yet, because the English navigator, Vancouver, subsequently sailed farther up the river than did Captain Gray, the latter directing him now to find the entrance, Great Britain insists that he and not Captain Gray was the discoverer of the Columbia, and that all the rights which attach to such discovery belong to England and not to the United States. In discussing this phase of the Oregon question, Professor Twiss of Oxford University, in an elaborate paper, said, "Captain Gray's claim is limited to the mouth of the river." The historian Barrows, in commenting on this character of reasoning, very pertinently says, "Thus the discovery of a river is made a progressive work by English claimants, as if one should discover the Mississippi at New Orleans, another at Memphis, another at Cairo, another at the mouth of the Missouri, and so on to the Falls of St. Anthony; as if the discovery of a lost cable were progressive, as the separate links of the chain are hauled on board. If, says the historian, this had not been said by plenipotentiaries, we should call it puerile." Meares not only did not discover Columbia River, but, on the contrary, he expressly declared there was no such river emptying into the Pacific Ocean. "We can now safely assert," says he in his report, "that there is no such river as that of St. Roque, as laid down on the Spanish charts." And, as if to emphasize the failures of his expectations, he named the promontory lying north of the inlet where he had expected to discover it, Cape Disappointment, and the inlet itself, Deception Bay, names by which they have been known ever since. End of Section 30. Section 31 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Oregon, Its History, Geography, and Resources by John H. Mitchell. The Exploration of Lewis and Clarke. Gray's discovery and the purchase of Louisiana Territory were quickly followed by scientific exploration on the part of the government of the United States, as also by settlement on the part of its citizens. The expedition of Lewis and Clarke, organized before and sent out immediately after the consummation of the Louisiana Purchase, was one of the most daring, difficult, dangerous, and at the same time successful of all expeditions of which history either of this or any other country gives record. There seems to be some difference in statements of historians as to the number composing that expedition. According to Barrows, it consisted of 28 persons in all: Lewis and Clarke, 9 young Kentuckians, 14 United States soldiers, 2 Canadian voyagers, and 1 negro, the body servant of Captain Clarke. According, however, to the probably accurate notes of Dr. Coues to his new edition of the history of that expedition, it consisted of 45 men from Missouri to the Mandan country, and of 32, including Lewis and Clarke, thereafter across the continents, the others returning from that point, as was the original program. Captains Lewis and Clarke were commissioned by President Jefferson to explore the river Missouri and its principal branches to their sources, and then to seek to trace to its termination in the Pacific some river, whether the Columbia, the Oregon, the Colorado, or any other, which might offer the most direct, practicable water communication across the continent for the purpose of commerce. The time occupied by these courageous men in consummating the important and hazardous duty assigned them by their government was 2 years, 4 months, and 9 days, and during this time they traveled more than 9,000 miles through an unbroken and trackless wilderness. The start was made May 14, 1804, from their camp on the Mississippi, near the mouth of the Missouri, and returning they reached St. Louis September 23, 1806. They discovered the headwaters of the Missouri and of the Columbia, and followed the waters of the latter until they landed at Cape Disappointment at the mouth of the Columbia in Oregon, November 15, 1805. They remained there in camp until March 23, 1806, when they commenced the ascent of the Columbia in their canoes on their return trip. The hardships experienced by these brave men and by the courageous pioneers, men and women who in the next half century followed in their footsteps, and braved the innumerable dangers and hardships of the far West, have never been, nor can they be, fully depicted by either pen or tongue. To them are the people of America greatly indebted, for they have hewn out with willing hands, borne on stalwart shoulders, and set with stability in its everlasting resting place, the foundation stone of one of the grandest pillars upon which in part rests today the superb superstructure of American development and American civilization. How strangely pathetic in the history and how peculiar are the vicissitudes surrounding the lives of some men. Captain Meriwether Lewis, after passing through all the untold hardships and perils of that memorable expedition, returned to serve a brief time as governor of the Northwestern Territory, and then to find a lonely grave in the forests of Tennessee, either as au felo de se, or as the victim of the hand of an assassin, just which history has never definitely determined. Not only by succession of every right which both France and Spain had to this territory, either in virtue of occupation or otherwise, not only by the right of sovereignty which attaches to the discoverer of a new country, nor yet by those rights which follow in the wake of scientific exploration, did the government of the United States rest its claim to the territory of Oregon. But added to all these is that other accumulated right, which is the result not merely of occupancy, but of actual settlement. The law of nations recognizes a wide distinction between those rights which attach to mere occupancy and those which attach to actual settlement. The natives of this territory, in their wild, uncivilized state, are mere occupants, mere tenants. They are not settlers. The Hudson Bay trappers and traders who invaded Oregon territory in pursuit of peltries and furs were more occupants, similar in all respects in light of the law, in regard to territorial rights, which result from such occupancy as those which attach to the Indians. They were not settlers within the legal signification of that term, nor did they attract to themselves those territorial or sovereign rights which the law accords to settlers. The interests of civilization, says the law of that civilization, cannot permit a great empire of wild country to remain as such for the use of wild men for a game life. No less could the law of that civilization permit this great foreign monopoly, the Hudson Bay Company, to occupy such country for the sole purpose of accumulating and speculating on the spoils of the hunter, and without any effort whatever to either develop or increase the natural productions of the country, or locate or promote a single settlement. It was therefore by mere occupancy, and not by settlement, that England sought originally to strengthen her claim to and acquire rights in the Oregon territory. With the United States and the people of the United States it was entirely different. With the latter, occupancy was coupled with that other and higher attribute of development and civilization, namely, scientific exploration and actual settlement. Astor's project contemplated not merely occupancy of this distant territory for purposes similar to the Hudson Bay Company. His purposes were of much higher order. They embraced settlement, the establishment of civil society, the physical development of the country, the leveling of the forests, the construction of houses, the cultivation of land, the building of homes, the erection of schoolhouses and churches, the making of towns and cities, the establishing of marts, the creation of commercial arteries, and, in a word, the establishment of such civil institutions as would tend to attach the new territory, with bonds indissoluble, to the States of the American Union, and thus weaken and finally forever sever every adverse claim, and at the same time expand and develop the country and the commercial and political prestige and power of the nation. Irving, in his Astoria, summarizes the plans and expectations of Astor in these words. He considered his projected establishment at the mouth of the Columbia as the emporium to an immense commerce, as a colony that would form the germ of a wide civilization, that would in fact carry the American population across the Rocky Mountains and spread it along the shores of the Pacific as it already animated the shores of the Atlantic. It was prompted by such impulses and with an aim of such results that the town of Astoria was established by Astor in 1811. The War of 1812 coming on, the English captured Astoria, hauled down the American flag, hoisted the English ensign, and changed the name of the fort from Astoria to Fort George. But at the close of the war in 1818 it was restored to the United States by a treaty which stipulated the restoration of all territory, places, and possessions whatsoever taken by either party from the other during the war. In this restoration the English denominated it the settlement, and however many may have been the occupants of this country, or those employed by the Hudson Bay Company prior to that, this was unquestionably the first permanent settlement made by white men in the valley of the Columbia or in the territory of Oregon, and this was by American citizens. The claim, therefore, to prior settlement of Oregon territory, now comprising the whole of the states of Oregon, Washington, and Idaho, and part of Montana, can rightfully attach only to the United States. It is doubtless true that the two Winship brothers of Boston are the men who really made the first attempt at settlement on Columbia River after Gray's discovery. They sailed from Boston July 7, 1809, in two ships, the O'Kane, of which Jonathan was captain, and the Albatross, of which Nathan was master. The O'Kane went direct to California, while the Albatross went to Sandwich Islands, and thence to Columbia River, arriving there with 50 men on board early in the spring of 1810. The vessel proceeded up the river a distance of 40 miles, opposite to the place now known as Oak Point, where they disembarked, cleared a small tract of land, erected a building, and planted vegetables, all of which, however, were demolished and swept away by the June floods of the same year, when Captain Nathan Winship re-embarked with his men, joined his brother in California, and learning of Astor's expedition, never returned. That Great Britain, operating through diverse influential channels, notably the Hudson Bay Company, reinforced as it was in 1821 by consolidation with the Canadian Northwest Company of Montreal, exerted a most formidable power against the settlement of Oregon territory by Americans, the waves of whose influence reached Washington and for a time threatened the loss of the whole territory, is an historic fact well established. That Daniel Webster, as Secretary of State, was by these influences at one time convinced that the whole territory was an unbroken waste of sandy deserts, impassable mountains, and impenetrable jungles, there can be no room for doubt. These powerful influences had been operating in diverse ways prior to 1842 for more than a third of a century. Their effect on the individual and public mind in the East, and on the official mind as well in Washington, was marked in the highest degree. That Webster, as Secretary of State, had seriously contemplated including the whole of this territory in the Ashburton Treaty, and subsequently in a separate treaty in exchange to Great Britain for certain cod fisheries in Newfoundland, is beyond question. The insidious and powerfully effective influences and the remarkably successful aggressions of the Hudson Bay Company are best illustrated by the triumphs it achieved in the face of what seemed insurmountable obstacles. Although its original charter dates back to Charles II of England in 1670, by which it was granted certain important rights. 40 years prior to that, a similar charter had been granted to the Canadian Northwest Fur Company by Louis XIII of France. Prior to 1821, this company was in numbers, capital, influence, and power vastly superior to, and a most formidable rival of, the Hudson Bay Company. Yet the latter, notwithstanding all this, through its superior management and great diplomacy, compelled the former in 1821 to yield to and accept its own terms as to union and consolidation, and from that day the Hudson Bay Company, thus reinforced in capital, numbers, and influence, and in the number and extent of its outposts, directed all its vast energies and immense powers to wrest from the United States and obtain eventually for Great Britain the whole of Oregon Territory. The error of our government in treating for joint occupancy. But notwithstanding these superior rights on the part of the United States, in virtue not only of occupancy, but also of scientific exploration and settlement, entitling this country to exclusive sovereign rights in the whole of Oregon Territory, the fact that the Hudson Bay Company had extended its operations into that region and was engaged in trade there with the Indians, induced our government to make the fatal mistake of entering into a treaty with Great Britain in 1818, providing for joint occupancy for a period of 10 years. This stipulation was extended indefinitely by another treaty with Great Britain in 1827, promulgated May 15, 1828. These treaties, however, were not intended, nor did they or either of them in any manner attempt to determine the respective sovereign claims of the United States and Great Britain, or in fact those of any other government, to this territory. They were intended only, as expressly stated in the treaty, to prevent disputes and differences among the occupants of that territory. That the government of the United States made a fearful mistake in ever consenting to treaty stipulation that Great Britain should, through its subjects, occupy Oregon Territory jointly with our citizens for a period of 28 years, instead of standing in 1817 on our rights as sovereign and insisting that they should be respected, is now generally conceded. The value of the furs of which that country was stripped by the Hudson Bay Company in that time was immense, amounting to many millions of dollars. In the 4 years 1834 to 1837, the Hudson Bay Company alone killed in that region, Oregon Territory, over 3,500,000 fur-bearing animals, including beaver, marten, otter, fox, muskrat, bear, ermine, fichu, lynx, mink, wolf, badger, and raccoon. The American fur traders could not compete with the Hudson Bay Company, as all the supplies of the latter came in duty-free. But the fact that by the joint occupancy this great monopoly was enabled to strip the country of its wealth was as nothing compared to the powerfully hostile influence it constantly exerted against the settlement of the country by Americans and the foothold it afforded Great Britain, enabling that power to successfully postpone for nearly a century the final settlement of the question as to our rights, and which in the end compelled us to compromise, and deprived us of that vast extent of territory lying between the 49th parallel and 54° 40', the Rocky Mountains, and the Pacific Ocean. Thomas H. Benton and many other leading men denounced this policy of joint occupation. Said Senator Benton in 1845, referring to the treaty of joint occupation, "I have been clear against joint occupation for 28 years as a treaty of unmixed mischief to the United States." Historians agree that this company stripped Oregon Territory of furs of the value of over $1 million annually, amounting to perhaps $30 millions in the 28 years of joint occupancy. The political historian J. Henry Brown, himself an Oregon pioneer of 1846, in referring to this matter in his Political History of Oregon, says: "Our government could have well afforded to have given a bonus of $10 million and settled the question in 1818. Then, to cap the climax, our government was again swindled in the Treaty of 1846 by agreeing to pay an unknown bill to that greatest of frauds and swindles, the Puget Sound Agricultural Company, to the tune of $450,000 on account of possessory rights and claims of the Hudson Bay Company, and on account of possessory rights of the Puget Sound Agricultural Company, the sum of $200,000, a total of $650,000. A nice commentary on American sagacity, statesmanship, and diplomacy. The long contest of joint occupancy. It was the entirely too ready disposition on the part of our government at the outset, in 1824, 1826, and 1829, to compromise our rights in the Oregon Territory, which resulted eventually in a loss to this country of territory, the value of which cannot be estimated. Both Presidents Tyler and Polk were handicapped by the offer of settlement made to Great Britain under former administrations, in which the government had consented from time to time to a compromise on the 49th parallel. This, then, was the status of the territory of Oregon from the date of our treaty with Great Britain in 1818 until our treaty of 1846, a period of 28 years. It was one of joint occupancy in virtue of treaty stipulation between the two countries. And it was during these 28 years that the great battle as to the ultimate ownership of Oregon was fought and won. It was not wholly, though in part, a warfare of men on the field of carnage. It was a mighty, a prolonged, in one sense a physical and in another sense diplomatic, contest between the vanguards of two civilizations and of two mighty nations, each contending with the other for the supremacy, and each also with the uncivilized, bloodthirsty savages whose country was being invaded, though for their civilization and ultimate good. Such was the political status, emphasized by treaty stipulation, as to induce the belief on the part of Great Britain that the ultimate right to the whole territory would be determined not so much by the question as to priority of discovery, exploration, and settlement, but rather by the character and extent of settlement in the years that should intervene before the final decision should be made by arbitration or otherwise. During this period, two purposes seemed to inspire the government of Great Britain as a means of ultimately securing to herself the absolute ownership of the whole of the vast Oregon territory. One was to impress on our public men and government at Washington in every possible manner the alleged worthlessness of the territory. The other was to push forward unremittingly through the instrumentality of the great governmental organ, the Hudson Bay Company, actual settlements in the territory. That they succeeded in very large degree in impressing many of the prominent officials of our government that the whole territory was a worthless waste, not worth having, much less worth contending for, is made clearly apparent from the congressional debates during the 28 years of joint occupancy. Did time permit, it might be interesting, in view of what the state of Oregon is today physically, commercially, socially, and politically, to recite some of the statements made in these debates. I will quote a few extracts. Senator McDuffie of South Carolina, in discussing in the United States Senate in 1843 the bill of Senator Lynn of Missouri extending the laws of the United States over the territory of Oregon, and proposing grants of the public lands to American citizens as an inducement to settlers, which bill passed the Senate February 3, 1843, said: "The whole region beyond the Rocky Mountains and a vast tract between that chain and the Mississippi is a desert, without value for agricultural purposes, and which no American citizen should be compelled to inhabit unless as punishment for crime. Why, sir, of what use will this territory be for agricultural purposes? I would not for that purpose give a pinch of snuff for the whole territory. I wish to God we did not own it. I wish it was an impassable barrier to secure us from the intrusion of others. This is the character of the country. Who are we going to send there? Do you think your honest farmers in Pennsylvania, New York, or even Ohio and Missouri will abandon their farms to go upon any such enterprise as this? God forbid if any man is to go to that country under the temptation of this bill. Mr. McDuffie concluded by saying, "If I had a son who was a fit subject for Botany Bay, I would urge him to go there." The historians of the time were laboring under this fearful delusion as to the character and value of Oregon. Greenhow, writing in 1844 in his History of Oregon, California, after stating his knowledge and views as to the region included in the Oregon Territory, says: "Thus, on reviewing the agricultural, commercial, and other economical advantages of Oregon, there appears to be no reason, founded on such considerations, which should render either the powers claiming the possession of that country anxious to occupy it immediately, or unwilling to concede its own pretensions to the other for a very moderate compensation." Even Senator Benton of Missouri, who subsequently became one of the great defenders of our rights in Oregon, though unfortunately never to the full extent of our rightful claim to territory in the North, but only to the 49th parallel, as late as 1825 regarded Oregon as not worth holding. In that year he, in his place in the Senate, said: "The ridge of the Rocky Mountains may be named as a convenient, natural, and everlasting boundary. Along this ridge the western limits of the Republic should be drawn, and the statue of the fabled god Terminus should be erected on its highest peak, never to be thrown down." Thanks to Dr. Whitman and other pioneer heroes whose names and memories are rightfully forever embalmed in the affections of every true American, the western limits of the Republic were not drawn on the ridge of the Rocky Mountains. The fabled god Terminus was never stationed there. Providence had willed it otherwise, and a brave and courageous people executed that will. Though those mountains are high and rocky and seemingly insurmountable, they were neither high enough nor rocky enough to impress discouragement on the minds or hearts of such dauntless men and women as Whitman and his wife and their followers, or to stem the irresistible tide of the pioneer immigration of these resolute and determined men and women who, by their incomparable courage and untold sufferings, settled the Oregon question forever. The great historic fact is that prior to Whitman's visit to Washington, to which I shall presently allude, the sentiment among public men was almost universal that Oregon was a worthless waste, not worth contending for. Some, in fact, never did learn or comprehend its great value. As late as 1846, Senator Winthrop of Massachusetts quoted what Benton had said in 1825, and then remarked, "This country will not be straitened for elbow room in the West for 1,000 years, and neither the West nor the country at large has any real interest in retaining Oregon." The influence of the Hudson Bay Company. The Hudson Bay Company, through whose active influence this false sentiment was mainly created, was in every essential sense the direct, active, and all-powerful agent of the British government. It held its charter and its licenses from that government. Its officers were superintended by a governor and deputy governor and a committee of directors resident in London, while a resident governor superintended and directed its vast operations in America. The officers and members of the Hudson Bay Company were, as a rule, under the domination of the home government. One grand exception, however, stands out in history: Dr. John McLaughlin, who was the true friend of the American pioneer. Brave, generous, noble, his house, his larder, his horses, his cattle were all at the service of the poor, travel-worn, weary, and discouraged emigrant. But for this disposition and these noble qualities he was ostracized by the company, and the British government driven into exile at Oregon City, there to end his days, yet respected, venerated, honored by the pioneers of Oregon and all who knew him and his history. End of Section 31. Section 32 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Oregon, Its History, Geography, and Resources by John H. Mitchell. Dr. Marcus Whitman. It was at this critical period in our history that the great martyr to the cause of the vindication of American rights and the advancement of national development and Christian civilization came to the front, and in the grandeur of American manhood, in its sublimest sense, rose equal to the great emergency, and by his memorable trip across the continent, from Oregon to Washington, in the dead of winter in 1842-43, prevented the contemplated barter of that great empire for a cod fishery bank on the shores of Newfoundland. Dr. Marcus Whitman, whose name must be forever associated with the early history of Oregon, had in 1835, under the auspices of the American Board of Foreign Missions in Boston, accompanied by his faithful wife, gone to what was then a distant wilderness, and in 1836 established there a mission. Though 48 years have passed since he and his wife and 9 of their household, on November 27, 1847, fell victims to savage outlawry on the plains of Walla Walla and gave up their lives as part of the cost of preserving our rightful heritage, that great territory, his name still lives and will continue to live in the history of his country, imperishable as the stars, honored, respected, admired. Footnote: 5 of the Indians concerned in the Whitman massacre were tried, convicted, sentenced, and hung at Oregon City in May, 1850. End footnote. Dr. Whitman, being deeply impressed that the government at Washington, through false information received from British sources, among others, from the British minister at Washington and the reports of the governor of the Hudson Bay Company, to the effect that the whole of Oregon territory was comparatively worthless, was about to barter the whole thing away for a cod fishery interest on the coast of Newfoundland, determined to proceed to Washington at once at all hazards, for the purpose of presenting the true state of the case to the President, the Secretary of State, and other members of the government. That he was justified in his fears is more than fully demonstrated by the historical occurrences of the times. It is conceded by all historians who have written on the subject that Dr. Whitman's mission to Washington, accompanied as he was across the continent by that other brave pioneer, General A. L. Lovejoy, in the winter of 1842-43, saved Oregon to the Union, and all that is implied in, and which attaches to, that salvation. His mission was of a quadruple nature. It was in the interest, first, of the preservation of the sovereign rights of the United States to a vast and immensely valuable territory about to be bartered away, through misinformation on the part of the government. Second, of the preservation of the lives and property of American citizens, men, women, and children, pioneer immigrants then settled in Oregon territory, and the protection of Christian missions in the Indian territory of the far West. Third, of the material welfare of the United States. And fourth, of the great cause of American civilization. Although the Board of Missions, under whose auspices Dr. Whitman had gone to Oregon 7 years before, for the reason doubtless that they did not understand the real situation, did not take kindly to his return without leave on his noble and perilous mission, and he was, according to the historian Gray, instead of being received and treated as his labors justly entitled him to be, met by the cold calculating rebuke for unreasonable expenses and for dangers incurred without orders or instructions or permission from the mission to come to the States. Although this may be, and doubtless was true, as stated in his paragraph by Gray, the time has at last come when all shadows have been dispelled, all doubts removed, and when in the clear light of accurate, impartial history, the motives, the courage, the patriotism, the Christian fidelity of Dr. Whitman are seen and recognized in their true character, not only by the representatives of the Congregational Church, its early and present missions, not only by the people of the Pacific Northwest, nor yet alone by the whole American people, but likewise by those of the whole civilized world. The interest attaching to this memorable trip of Dr. Whitman across the continent in the winter of 1842-43 was widespread. Its fame extended throughout the nation, and the subject of Oregon and the rights of the United States in respect to the same were matters of discussion in all political circles. Public sentiment was wrought up to the highest pitch, so much so that the Democratic National Convention, which met at Baltimore in 1844, had as one of its planks 54-40 or fight, and on this platform the Polk administration came into power. The embarrassment with which it was surrounded, however, growing out of the Oregon question and this particular plank in the platform were great. The President found that preceding negotiations during the administrations of his predecessors, Monroe, Adams, and Tyler, had not proceeded on the part of the United States on the theory of our right to 54-40, that the negotiations proceeded rather on the idea that they should treat the respective claims of the two countries in the Oregon Territory with a view to establishing a permanent boundary between them west of the Rocky Mountains to the Pacific Ocean, and in this compromising spirit these administrations had proposed to fix the boundary on the 49th parallel. To add to the embarrassment, many leading Democratic senators, including Benton of Missouri, scouted at the idea that our rights extended to 54-40, and insisted that we had no rights extending farther northward than the 49th parallel. To add still further to the embarrassment of the situation, Great Britain, through her minister, on June 6, 1846, before the administration of Mr. Polk was clearly launched, submitted a proposition, the same that was finally agreed on, of the 49th parallel, and coupled with it the suggestion that it must be accepted at once and without delay, if at all. In this great political dilemma, President Polk resorted to a course which, though adopted a few times in the earlier years of our government, had not been resorted to for nearly half a century, that is, of seeking the advice of the Senate of the United States in advance of action on the part of the Executive. Consequently, on June 10, 1846, the President transmitted to the Senate the proposal in the form of the convention presented to the Secretary of State on the 6th of that month by the British envoy for its advice. Mr. Polk's message, transmitting this convention, concluded as follows: Should the Senate, by the constitutional majority required for the ratification of treaties, advise the acceptance of this proposition, or advise it with such modifications as they may upon full deliberation deem proper, I shall conform my action to their advice. Should the Senate, however, decline by such constitutional majority to give such advice or to express an opinion upon the subject, I will consider it my duty to reject the offer. In other words, President Polk, encompassed on the one hand by the plank in the platform on which he was elected of 54-40 or fight, and on the other hand by the action of preceding administrations in conflict with that proposition, his party leaders divided on the question, and the issue brought directly to the front by Great Britain concluded to and did throw the whole responsibility on the Senate of the United States. 2 days subsequently, June 12, 1846, the Senate adopted a resolution advising the President to accept the proposal of the British government, and as a result the convention was finally agreed to June 15, 1846. So, although this memorable controversy had remained unsettled for nearly half a century, it is a remarkable historical fact that but 9 days elapsed between the submission of the final proposition to compromise by Great Britain and the signing of the treaty. notwithstanding the fact that 103 years have elapsed since the discovery of Columbia River by Captain Gray, 92 years since the cession of Louisiana, and 76 years since our cession from Spain. The settlement of our title to a certain portion of the territory of Oregon was held in abeyance until October 21st, 1872, less than 23 years ago. That was the island of San Juan. The treaty of June 15, 1846, between the United States and Great Britain, which was intended to settle all questions relating to our northern boundary, inadvertently left the question as to the title to this island an open one. The treaty, in defining the northern boundary of the United States from a point in the Rocky Mountains on the 49th parallel, from which point eastward the boundary line had been fixed by the second article of the Treaty of Washington in 1840, reads as follows: shall be continued westward along said 49th parallel of north latitude to the middle of the channel which separates the continent from Vancouver's Island, and then southerly through the middle of said channel and of Fuca's Strait to the Pacific Ocean. This island is located in the channel mentioned in this treaty, and the question at once arose, and for a period of 25 years was a source of aggravating controversy between this country and Great Britain, at one time very nearly involving the two nations in war, as to which was the channel referred to in the treaty. Great Britain, true to a national tendency, insisted, while the United States insisted, that Haro Channel, on the northern side of the island, was the main channel within the meaning of the treaty. This minor boundary controversy was finally adjusted by a provision in our treaty with Great Britain of May 6, 1871, submitting the question to the arbitration of the German Emperor, who on October 21, 1872, made his award sustaining the contention of the United States, and thus, after a period of nearly 80 years, dating from the discovery of the Columbia by Captain Gray, the whole question as to the ownership of the Oregon Territory was finally determined, not, however, without a sacrifice of important rights as to our northern boundary in the interest of compromise. That Dr. Whitman was misunderstood at the time by many, and by none more than by the Board of American Missions, and therefore suffered unjust criticism from that board, there can be no question. Barrows, in his History of Oregon, in referring to this fact, says, he, as Coleridge says of Milton, strode so far before his contemporaries as to dwarf himself by the distance. But the day of atonement has come, and although in this, as in many other cases, justice has been delayed, yet, as a poet has said, ever the right comes uppermost, and ever justice is done. No longer ago than Sunday, the 10th of the present month, March 1895, in the city of Chicago, the day was widely observed in the congregational churches of that city in honor of Marcus Whitman, and incidentally in aid of Whitman College at Walla Walla. The Chicago Inter-Ocean, in its issue of March 11th, says, Dr. Whitman is the hero of the Congregational Church of this century. In fact, in the largeness of the results he accomplished, no man of the century leads him. The city of Walla Walla, in the state of Washington, within 6 miles of Waialatpu, the spot where he and his missionary wife and 9 other companions were, on November 27, 1847, mercilessly slaughtered by the very savages whose best interests had been subserved by them, and whose heads had been blessed by their benedictions. There is to be erected a college bearing his name, with an endowment of $200,000, $50,000 of which has been pledged by Dr. D. K. Pearson, on condition that the balance is raised. That college, when erected, as it doubtless will be a fitting and lasting monument to his name. Whitman succeeded in disabusing the minds of Daniel Webster, President Tyler, Thomas H. Benton, and other public men as to the character and value of Oregon Territory. They had come to believe, through the continuous misrepresentations to which I have referred, not only that Oregon territory was of little value, but that it was a physical impossibility to go from Fort Hall to Oregon with wagons. Whitman had taken his wife in a wagon over these mountains 8 years before, in 1835, and he assured them there was no insurmountable difficulty. And he proved his assertions by leading back to Oregon an emigration the same year, the summer of 1843, with 200 wagons and over 1,000 men, women, and children, not losing, as I remember the history, a single wagon or a single life in the journey west of Fort Hall. Dr. Whitman was a born leader of men. He had the courage to face every danger, however perilous, in defense of the right. His efforts while in Washington, coupled with the magnificent successes of his expedition the same year, turned the scale in which that vast territory was being weighed and balanced between the two countries in favor of the United States. Had Dr. Whitman been possessed of the egotistic assurance of Horace of old, and could have gazed down the long avenues of coming ages, he might with him have truly said, "I have achieved a tower of fame, more durable than gold, and loftier than the royal frame of pyramids of old, which none inclemencies of clime, nor fiercest winds that blow, nor endless change, nor lapse of time, shall ever overthrow. I cannot perish utterly. The broader part of me must live and never die, but baffle death's decree. For I shall always grow, and spread my new blown honors still, long as the priest and vestal tread the Capitolian hill. I shall be sung when thy rough waves my native river foam, and when old Daunus scantly laves, and rules his rustic home. As chief and first I shall be sung. Though lowly, great in might, to tune my country's heart and tongue, and tune them both right." The contention of Great Britain. In our contention with Great Britain respecting Oregon territory, it was very earnestly, and with some degree of facetiousness, asserted by the British minister Pakenham, that the different titles under which we claimed were conflicting and therefore destroyed each other, namely, discovery by Spain, cession from France, and discovery and settlement by American citizens. But Mr. Calhoun, as Secretary of State, in his letter to Mr. Pakenham, disposed of that assertion with this remark: "It has been objected that we claim under various and conflicting titles, which mutually destroy each other. Such might indeed be the fact while they were held by different parties, but since we have rightfully acquired both those of Spain and France, and concentrated the whole in our own hands, they mutually blend with each other, and form one strong and connecting chain of title against the opposing claims of all others, including Great Britain." Mr. Buchanan, in referring to this phase of the case, said, "This is a most ingenious method of making two distinct and independent titles held by the same nation worse than one, of arraying them against each other, and thus destroying the validity of both. From the moment Spain transferred all her rights to the United States, all possible conflict with the two titles ended, both being united in the same party. Two titles which might have conflicted, therefore, were thus blended together. The title now vested in the United States is just as strong as though every act of discovery, exploration, and settlement on the part of both powers had been performed by Spain alone, before she had transferred all her rights to the United States. The two powers are one in this respect. The two titles are one, and they serve to confirm and strengthen each other. Great Britain, again through her plenipotentiaries, sought to discredit the effect of the discovery of Columbia River by Captain Robert Gray, for this reason, as suggested that his ship, the Columbia, was a trading and not a national vessel. This contention was speedily disposed of by Mr. Buchanan with this remark: "The British plenipotentiary attempts to depreciate the value to the United States of Gray's discovery, because his ship, the Columbia, was a trading and not a national vessel. As he furnishes no reason for this distinction, The undersigned will confine himself to the remark that a merchant vessel bears the flag of her country at the masthead, and continues under its jurisdiction and protection in the same manner as though she had been commissioned for the express purpose of making discoveries. In this great and prolonged diplomatic contest, one of the most interesting questions discussed was as to what extent continuity of boundary furnishes a just claim in connection with those of discovery and occupation. This question grew out of the claim on the part of the United States that the Louisiana Territory extended to the Pacific Ocean. This claim was denied on the part of Great Britain. It was insisted, however, with great ability by Secretary of State Calhoun and subsequently by Secretary Buchanan. First, that the claim was valid under public law, and secondly, that Great Britain, having asserted the validity of the doctrine in reference to her possessions in this country as against France, even to the extent of going to war with that power in 1763, was estopped from denying the validity of the doctrine as against the United States, especially insomuch as our people had contributed so much to a result in that contest favorable to Great Britain. And it was further contended by our diplomatists that Great Britain, whatever may have been her rights in Oregon Territory, relinquished all to France by the 7th article of the treaty between Great Britain and France at the close of that war in 1783. The controversy in reference to the correct northern boundary of the Oregon Territory, whether the 49th parallel, as now agreed upon, except along the Straits of Fuca, or 54° 40' north, is one familiar to all. Spain unquestionably always asserted claim as far north as the 61st parallel, but in her treaty with Russia 54° 40' was recognized. It was claimed, however, that by the Treaty of Utrecht in 1713, which provided for determining the limits to be fixed between the Bay of Hudson and the places appertaining to the French, the boundary between Louisiana and the British territories north of it was actually fixed by commissioners on latitude 49°. Whether this is true or not is a matter of very serious disputation. A careful examination of all history bearing upon the point leads me to the conclusion that such was not the fact. In reply to the claim of the United States to go to 54° 40', it was asserted that whatever might have been the right of Spain, the latter, in ceding to France in 1800, stipulated to convey only as far north as the 49th parallel. To this contention the United States replied with much force, and the contention should never have been abandoned. If this be so, and if it be true, the right of Spain is good at 54° 40', then the strip between the 49th parallel and 54° 40', which it was alleged was not included in the cession of Spain to France in 1800, was included in the cession of Spain to the United States in the Treaty of Florida in 1819, by which Spain conveyed every right she had on the continent north of the 42nd parallel. Mr. Secretary Buchanan, in his reply to Pakenham, said, "It is an historical and striking fact, which must have an important bearing against the claim of Great Britain, that this Nootka Convention, which was dictated by her to Spain, contains no provision impairing the ultimate sovereignty which that power had asserted for nearly 3 centuries over the whole western side of North America, as far north as the 61st degree of latitude, and which had never been seriously questioned by any European nation." Subsequently to 1818, and down to the final settlement of the boundary question in 1846, the only material difference in the views of the American statesmen and diplomatists was as to whether the rightful claim of the United States extended to 54° 40', or only to the 49th parallel. All concurred in the opinion that our claim was beyond question good at least as far north as the latter, while many of our ablest statesmen and diplomatists, strengthened and supported by a powerful sentiment among the people, insisted that our claim extended to 54 degrees 40 minutes. No one thing, however, nor indeed all other influences combined, did as much to strengthen the sentiment and belief in favor of our claim to 54 degrees 40 minutes as the mission of Dr. Whitman in 1842. The opening of the Oregon route. Fremont has been designated in history as the Pathfinder, and in some respects he is justly entitled to the pseudonym. But he was not the one who opened the great transcontinental trail to Oregon by way of Fort Hall. Fort Hall was the leading eastern outpost of the Hudson Bay Company. It was located on Snake River, about 100 miles north of Salt Lake City. Here, says one historian, many immigrant companies had been intimidated and broken up by Hudson Bay men, and so Fort Hall served as a cover to Oregon, just as a battery at the mouth of a river protects the inland city on its banks. Here it was that the Hudson Bay people in 1836 made a determined but unsuccessful effort to prevent Whitman from attempting to go through with his wagon to Oregon, insisting it was a physical impossibility. The Tyler administration had promised to send Lieutenant Fremont and his company as an escort to protect Whitman and his 200 wagons and 1,000 men, women, and children on his return to Oregon in the summer and fall of 1843, but failed to do so. Whitman's expedition left Waldport, Missouri, in June 1843, and although at Fort Hall, 1,323 miles from the starting point, a determined effort was again made by the Hudson Bay men to prevent further progress, insisting that it was impossible to go through with wagons. Whitman and his 200 wagons did go through, and arrived at his home on Columbia River September 4, 1843. Fremont did not reach Fort Hall until October 23 of the same year, 49 days after Whitman and his expedition had passed that point. Nor did Fremont arrive over a new trail, but over the identical one, for a distance of some 100 miles, which Whitman, Spalding, and their wives had trodden 7 years before. Dr. Whitman left his home on the Columbia on this great mission October 3, 1842, and returned there September 4, 1843, after an absence of just 11 months. End of section 32. Section 33 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Oregon, Its History, Geography, and Resources. By John H. Mitchell. The Organization of a Provisional Government in Oregon. Following this successful expedition led by Dr. Whitman in 1843, came the organization of a provisional government by the people then in the territory, and the final settlement of the whole question by the Treaty of 1846. At the time of the organization of the provisional government, there was but one law book in all that region. This was a copy of the Iowa statutes. And in the fundamental law of the provisional government there was this provision: The laws of Iowa Territory shall be the law in this territory in civil, military, and criminal cases when not otherwise provided. Another provision which these brave, courageous, liberty-loving pioneers inscribed in their fundamental law was this: There shall be neither slavery nor involuntary servitude in said territory, otherwise than for the punishment of crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted. Oregon, though added to the United States by the Treaty of 1846 and created a territory, including what is now the states of Washington and Idaho, in August 1848, had no territorial government until 1849. In March of this year its territorial governor arrived and organized a territory with 8,785 inhabitants. This territory was not dismembered until 1853, when the territory, now state, of Washington was carved out of it. It became one of the states of the Union July 14, 1859, and in 1863 the territory, now state, of Idaho was set apart from its area. Of all the public men of the country during the period of the early settlement of Oregon, no one seemed to grasp the real situation or so fully comprehend the vastness of the prospective interests at stake as Lewis Field Lynn, United States Senator from Missouri. To his memory, more than to that of any other public man of the time, do the pioneer immigrants and the people of Oregon generally owe a tribute of lasting veneration. The measure for which Senator Lynn so vigorously and constantly labored prior to his death in 1843, for making donations of the public lands in Oregon Territory to citizens of the United States to induce immigration and settlement, finally materialized in an act of Congress passed September 27, 1850. This act very largely facilitated immigration to and settlement in that country. One unfortunate incident, however, attached to this otherwise beneficent and highly commendable piece of legislation. While it facilitated immigration, it tended also to facilitate marriage, not only among the immigrants, but between male immigrants and Indian women. By the fourth section of the act, a grant in presenti was made to any man who would reside on and cultivate for 4 consecutive years a tract of 320 acres of land if a single man, and 640 if married. While under this provision, settlement of the country was rapidly developed. It is nevertheless a fact, fully borne out by the records of the courts in that country within the next few years thereafter, that the premium paid on marriage resulted in an unusual and abnormal crop of divorces, as many marriages, especially those with Indian women, were based on no other or higher considerations than the mercenary one offered by the act. The name Oregon. There are various theories as to the origin and derivation of the name Oregon. Some writers declare that it is derived from the Spanish signifying wild thyme, so called on account of the abundance of that herb found by the early explorers. Others insist it is an Indian word, in use about the headwaters of the Columbia to designate the waters of that river, and meaning the Great River of the West, and obtained from them by Jonathan Carver, a native of Connecticut in 1766-68, who spent 2 years among the Indians on the waters of the upper Mississippi, now the state of Wisconsin. Carver's accounts, however, in reference to many matters, are contradictory and unreliable, though in reference to this he was quite likely right. It is more than probable that an article published 53 years ago, in 1842, in Hunt's Magazine, and reproduced by the historian Brown in his Political History of Oregon, presents the correct solution of the question. Speaking of Oregon Territory and the discovery of Columbia River by Captain Gray, this article says, "The territory watered by this river and its tributaries has since, that is, since the discovery of the river, been called the Oregon Territory, from a tradition said to have prevailed among the Indians near Lake Superior of the existence of a mighty river rising in the vicinity and emptying its waters into the Pacific, which was supposed to be the Columbia." Bryant, in his celebrated Thanatopsis, written in 1815, refers to the Columbia River as the Oregon, "where rolls the Oregon and hears no sound save his own dashings." Early news carrying in and to Oregon. It is a singular historical fact that the pioneers of Oregon Territory, down as late as the settlement of our northern boundary in 1846, received most of their news from Washington by way of the Sandwich Islands. A semi-yearly vessel also brought letters and papers around Cape Horn, the news in which was necessarily somewhat stale. Lieutenant Howison, in his report, says, October 16, 1846. The American bark Toulon arrived from the Sandwich Islands and brought news of the Oregon Treaty, the Mexican War, and the occupation of California. The right of ownership of all soil being vested by treaty, I no longer felt any reserve in hoisting our flag on shore, and it has been some time waving over our quarters on the very spot which was first settled by white men on the banks of the Columbia. On the receipt of the news from the Sandwich Islands, James Douglas, the chief factor of the Hudson Bay Company, and a pronounced Britisher, addressed the following letter to Governor Abernathy of Oregon. Fort Vancouver, November 3, 1846. George Abernathy, Esquire. Dear Sir, very important news for all parties in Oregon has just been received by the bark Toulon from the Sandwich Islands. It appears that the boundary question is finally and fully settled. The British government has rendered more than strict justice required. But John Bull is generous, and was bound to be something more than just to his promising son Jonathan, who will no doubt make good use of the gift. Yours truly, James Douglas. It was not until 1850 that the people of Oregon had a semi-monthly mail through a service established between San Francisco and Portland, Oregon. The first attempt at sending mail across the continent from Oregon Territory was in 1838, 57 years ago, when letters were carried from the Willamette Valley in Oregon to Mailport, Missouri, in 60 days, including 2 days' detention at Lapwai and 2 days at Fort Hall, carrying to Reverend Jason Lee, the Oregon missionary, then in the East, the sad intelligence of the death of his wife in Oregon. The first printing press west of the Rocky Mountains. The first printing press in Oregon was received as a donation from the mission of the American Board of Foreign Missions in the Sandwich Islands to the missions of the Board in Oregon. It reached its destination at Lapwai, now the state of Idaho, then a part of the Oregon Territory, and was put into operation by Mr. E. O. Hall of the Sandwich Islands Mission, and commenced publishing books in the Nez Perce language. This was in 1838, 57 years ago. It was the first printing press west of the Rocky Mountains. The first newspaper published within the limits of the present state of Oregon was established at Oregon City 7 years later, in 1845. It was called the Oregon Spectator. The first white birth and burial. The first white American child born on the Pacific coast was the daughter of Dr. Whitman and wife, born near Walla Walla in 1839. On June 26, 1838, Mrs. Marie Pittman, wife of the missionary, Reverend Jason Lee, died near Salem, Oregon. She was the first white American woman to close her eyes in death west of the Rocky Mountains. Today, on a humble headstone which marks her last resting place in Salem, Oregon, may be read the following inscription: Beneath this soul, the first ever broken in Oregon for the reception of a white mother and child, lie buried the remains of Anna Marie Pittman, wife of Reverend Jason Lee, and infant son. She sailed from New York in July 1836, landed in Oregon June 1837, was married in July 1837, and died June 26, 1838, in full enjoyment of that love which constrained her to leave all for Christ and heathen souls. Lo, we have left all and followed thee. What shall we have therefore? Geographic characteristics and natural resources of Oregon. What briefly are the prominent geographic characteristics and natural resources and advantages of the state of Oregon? To enumerate, much less describe or discuss them, would require a long series of lectures, each of which, to be properly understood and appreciated, should be fully illustrated. I may mention a few only of the most notable. First, an area, and I speak now of the present state of Oregon, of 96,030 square miles, containing 60,518,400 acres, comprising every conceivable character of surface configuration, an area greater in extent by more than 6,000 square miles than all of England, Scotland, and Wales combined, with their aggregate population of over 32 million, an area over 8 times larger than Belgium, with its population of above 6 million, and but 6,000 square miles less than one half that of France, with its 40 million people. This area consists of numerous and extended fertile valleys, mountain ranges rich in minerals, both precious and base, whose sides are clothed with eternal verdure, and whose peaks are crowned with eternal snow; forests unsurpassed in extent and in the number, variety, and majesty of the trees composing them; immense fertile plateaus of everlasting green, on whose nutritious grasses feed 2,006,000 sheep of the value of $6,000,000, and which produce annually over 17,000,000 pounds of wool, averaging according to price from $2,000,000 to $2,250,000; 250,000 horses of the value of $7,000,000; 6,500 mules of the value of $300,000; 125,000 milk cows of the value of $3,000,000, and 1,000,000 oxen and other cattle of the value of $12,000,000. Then we have sandy deserts gradually being converted into fruitful grain fields in virtue of the processes of irrigation; magnificent rivers, including the Columbia, the great father of the western waters, the Snake, the Willamette, the Yamhill, the Tualatin, the Santiam, the Sluislaw and the Rogue and the Umpqua, the Coquille and the Nestucca, the Nehalem and Sandy, the John Day, the Link, the Lost, the Deschutes, the Umatilla, the Grand Ronde, the Powder, and others of less magnitude and significance, including innumerable streams, pure as the snow of the mountain sides whence they spring, and filled with trout and other edible fishes; grand lakes which mirror back in sublime beauty their mountain walls of granite, fringed with the waving branches of stately firs; extensive caverns, brilliant in stalactites, and cooled by running mountain streams of living waters; and lastly, volcanic regions, bearing on their encrusted surface the very picture of desolation, thus far successfully defying the ingenuity of man and every effort at reclamation. It is gratifying, however, to be able to say that this character of configuration is confined to a very small area in southeastern Oregon, probably in all less than 1,000 square miles, known as the lava beds. Here it was that General Canby and Rev. Dr. Thomas, peace commissioners, lost their lives while treating with the Indians, in 1872, an Indian desperado known as Captain Jack leading the murderous attack. Peace Commissioner Colonel A. B. Meacham, an Oregon pioneer, was seriously wounded at the same time. Oregon is divided north and south by 3 mountain ranges, separating the state into 4 tiers of fertile valleys. First, the Coast Range, running parallel with the Pacific Ocean the length of the entire state, and on an average distant some 40 miles from the coast, separating Nehalem, Tillamook, Alsea, and other coast valleys from the valley of the Willamette. Second, the Cascade Range, running also north and south parallel to the Coast Range, distant from the latter on an average 75 to 100 miles, and separating the Willamette, Umpqua, and Rogue River valleys from the great inland empire in eastern Oregon, including the valleys of Umatilla, Ochoko, and other grazing plains lying to the eastward. And third, the Blue Mountains, running from southeast to northwest, separating these valleys again from the magnificent wheat fields of the Grand Ronde, Powder River, Wallowa, Snake River, and other valleys in the counties of Union, Baker, Grant, and Harney, in the region in which are located La Grande, Union, Baker City, Ontario, Huntington, Canyon City, and numerous flourishing mining and commercial towns. Again, the state is divided in the other direction by the Calapooia Mountains, crossing the state from east to west, from the Cascades to the Pacific Ocean, about 150 miles from its southern boundary. Other minor ranges also intersect the state east and west, including the Great Siskiyou Range, on the dividing line between Oregon and California. The state contains more than 25 million acres of arable land. The Willamette Valley alone contains 5 million acres. The whole arable area is greater than the 1/2 of the entire of the 6 New England states. Over 10 million acres, or about 1/6 of the whole state, are covered with forests, the greater portion as magnificent and valuable as any in the world of like species. The balance of the state being mountain, grazing, and desert lands, the latter of which can be nearly all made highly productive by irrigation. The Mountain Peaks of Oregon. The great mountain ranges of Oregon and their grand scenery are the pride of all her people and the wonder and admiration of every traveler who beholds them. Rising from the Cascade Range in the state of Oregon in stately beauty and majestic grandeur, with summits penetrating the clouds and wrapped in everlasting snows, stand like great sentinels on towering battlefields Mount Hood, 12,000 feet in height; Jefferson, 10,200 feet; Black Butte, 7,000 feet; Snow Butte, 6,000 feet; the Three Sisters, 9,000 feet; Diamond Peak, 8,807 feet; Mount Towson, 7,000 feet; Mount Scott, 9,125 feet; Onion Peak, over 4,000 feet; and last but not least, Mount Pitt, or Mount McLaughlin, as it is sometimes called, near the southern boundary of the state, 9,760 feet in height. These are all in the Cascade Range, and within the state of Oregon, and commencing with Mount Hood, the giant of the line and seemingly the commander of the column, located about 25 miles due south of Columbia River in the center of the Cascade Range, they stand in a line running almost due north and south in the order I have named them, Mount Pitt being near the California line. Mount Hood was named after Lord Hood by Vancouver's navigator, Lieutenant Broughton, in 1792. The exact height of this mountain, I believe, has never been accurately ascertained, the reported measurements ranging all the way from 11,000 feet to 18,000 feet. It is known, however, from more recent measurements to be about 12,000 feet in height, or some 3,400 feet lower than Shasta in California, and Mount Rainier or Tacoma in Washington. Slightly east of Mount Hood, and but 70 miles distant, in what was once a part of Oregon Territory, but now the state of Washington, stands Mount Adams, 9,570 feet in height, named for John Quincy Adams. It is one of the 5 snowy peaks visible at the same time from nearly every point of northern Oregon. 100 miles north of Mount Hood and northwest of Mount Adams, also in Washington, is Mount St. Helens, some 9,750 feet in height, a magnificent cone which is said to be frequently in a state of eruption, and which is confidently said to have been, as also Rainier, during the past year. Mr. J. Quinn Thornton, one of Oregon's earliest pioneers and Chief Justice of the Territory, in his History of Oregon and California, asserts it was in a state of eruption in 1831. Fremont records the fact that it was in a state of activity November 13, 1843. The statement is well authenticated that in 1832 Mount St. Helens scattered ashes over the country to a distance of 100 miles, so obscuring the sunlight as to make it necessary to employ artificial light at midday that distance from the mountain. There is a perpetual flow of hot water at a point in its southern slope, indicating that the volcanic forces are not entirely extinguished. The ascent of Mount Hood from the south has been frequently made, and in more recent years by men and women numbered by the 100. On July 4, 1887, members of the Oregon Alpine Club of Portland, Oregon, carried to its summit 100 pounds of illuminating red fire. The illumination lasted 58 seconds and was seen from Portland on the west, a distance of 60 miles, and Prineville on the east, a distance of 80 miles. The illumination was repeated in 1888, when it is asserted heliographic communications were exchanged with the Signal Service officers at Portland. In July 1894, a party numbering about 180 men and women ascended to its summit in 2 separate columns, one from the north, the other from the south. This mountain has emitted smoke at intervals since the earliest settlements of the country. Crater Lake. No less interesting are the lakes of Oregon, which sleep in silent beauty in the icy embrace of the mountains, some of them hundreds and even many thousands of feet above the level of the sea. They are numerous, and of interest as deep as their placid waters. But the one which above all is romantically interesting and surprisingly wonderful is that known as Crater Lake. It is located in the Cascade Range, in southeastern Oregon, at an elevation of over 8,000 feet. Its rim or shore is 1,800 feet higher than Mount Washington in New Hampshire, 4,000 feet higher than Vesuvius in Naples, and on the same elevation above the sea as Mount Sinai in Arabia. It was discovered in 1853 by gold prospectors from southern Oregon, who in their wonder occasioned by its strange location and startling beauty named it Lake Mystery. Later, another party from Fort Klamath, in visiting it, were so awe-stricken with its peculiar character and its weird surroundings that they gave it a new name, Lake Majesty. Subsequently, in 1886, scientific exploration developed the fact that the waters of this strange lake occupy the crater of an extinct volcano, that it is a gigantic bowl carved out of the mountain, whose rock-ribbed rim rises more than 8,000 feet above the level of the sea, that it is elliptical or oval in form, its surface covering an area of some 28 square miles, being about 6¼ miles in length by about 4½ in breadth. These discoveries led to a second change of name, and it is now, and has been for several years past, known as Crater Lake. A few years since, mainly through the efforts of Representative Herman of Oregon, this lake, including some 20 surrounding townships, were withdrawn from the public surveys and reserved as a national park. It is one of the most remarkable lakes on the face of the globe. It is the deepest freshwater lake in the United States, if not in the world. By reason of its phenomenal location and awe-inspiring surroundings, it is unsurpassed in scenic grandeur and marvelous beauty by any other known to man. The day is not far distant when travelers, sightseers, seekers after knowledge, students of nature, and lovers of the beautiful and the sublime of every tongue will come from all countries and every clime for the purpose of standing in the presence of its bewildering wonders, gazing on its entrancing mysteries, and feasting on the inspiration of its majestic beauty. What is the explanation of scientists of this seemingly abnormal creation which inspires awe and evokes mingled admiration and wonder in the minds of all who behold it? It is this, that there in the departed centuries once stood a giant volcanic mountain, whose summit towered into the heavens to a height probably far above any other in the United States, if not in North America. The conclusion is based by scientists on well-known geometric and geographic principles. It is determined in part by ascertaining the extent and angle of the rim of the crater, and taking into consideration the general configuration and composition of all its surroundings. According to the Geological Survey, the depth of this crater is 4,000 feet, and of the water 2,000 feet over the greater portion. That is, from the rim of the lake it is from 1,500 to 2,000 feet down to the surface of the water, and the water is 2,000 feet deep. To add to the strange conformation and beauty of this phenomenal lake, located in a mountain cup whose rim is indeed in nubibus, there is a second crater within the main one, which looms up in a hollow cone 650 feet above the surface of the water. This is called Wizard Island, while still two more similar craters exist which do not reach the surface of the water, the top of one being 450 feet below the surface, and that of the other 825 feet. One writer, Mrs. Frances Fuller Victor, in her interesting and instructive book entitled Atlantis Arisen, in speaking of this lake, says: "One cannot, owing to the sunken position of the lake, discover it until close upon its rim, and I say without exaggeration that no pen can reproduce its image, no picture be painted to do it justice, nor can it for obvious reasons be satisfactorily photographed. At the first view a dead silence fell upon our party. A choking sensation arose in our hearts, and tears flowed over our cheeks. I do not pretend to analyze the emotion, but if I were to endeavor to compare it with anything I ever read, I should say it must be such a feeling which causes the cherubim to veil their faces before God. To me it was a revelation. Captain, now Major, C.E. Dutton, in his report of the survey of this lake to the Director of the Geological Survey, says: "It was touching to see the worthy but untutored people who had ridden 100 miles in freight wagons to behold it, vainly striving to keep back tears as they poured forth exclamations of wonder and joy akin to pain. Nor was it less so to see so cultivated and learned a man as my companion hardly able to command himself to speak with his customary calmness. Did time permit, attention might be attracted to the many other interesting characteristics of this wonderland in Lake and Klamath counties in southeastern Oregon. I might point to Upper and Lower Klamath Lakes, to Link River uniting the two with its valuable water power, having a fall of 64 feet in a mile and a quarter and an average breadth of 310 feet, to Williamson, Sprague, and Lost Rivers, to the hot and cold mineral and non-mineral springs, to rivers which in great volume rise from and disappear into the earth, to the lava beds, and to the magnificent fertile plains where wheat is grown in abundance at an elevation of over 4,000 feet. But these and many other features must be passed over or barely mentioned."
End of section 33.
Section 34 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Oregon, Its History, Geography, and Resources by John H. Mitchell. The Oregon Caves. Scarcely less wonderful than the mysterious Crater Lake are the caverns of the Oregon Mountains. The Josephine County Caves, about 30 miles from the railroad southwest of Grant Pass, will be found when thoroughly explored. It is believed by those who know most about them to be as extensive and wonderful as the Mammoth Cave of Kentucky. These caves were discovered but a few years ago by a hunter named Elijah Davidson, who followed a bear to its lair in the lower cave. The entrance to each of the caves, one located higher in the mountain than the other, is about 8 feet wide and 7 feet high. They contain a great number of wonderful avenues, said to be miles in length, besides a large number of chambers, grottos, lakes, abysses, and cataracts, and also innumerable chambers, large and small. The first chamber is 10 feet in height. One called the Devil's Banquet Hall is 150 feet in length by 75 feet in width and 60 feet in height. Its roof and walls are brilliant with hundreds of scintillating stalactites. The only exploration of these wonderful caverns has been by private parties. A thorough scientific exploration should be made at an early day, and it is my intention to ask an appropriation from the next Congress for such purpose. The Great Wheat-Producing Inland Empire. The vast fertile grain-producing valleys of Oregon are the Willamette, the Rogue River, the Umpqua, and that portion of what is known as the Great Inland Empire, which lies in eastern Oregon. The Willamette extends from Portland to the Kalapuya Mountains, 30 miles south of Eugene, a distance of over 150 miles in length by an average of 75 miles in width. This valley is famed as one of the most fertile and productive in the world. There is scarcely an acre of wasteland in this vast area of 12,000 square miles. It is a great Miocene basin. Fossils of the Miocene age are found there in abundance. The greater portion of it is under improvement, but much of it is held in large tracts of 640 acres, being the donations made to settlers by the Act of Congress of September 27, 1850. Nearly the whole of it is well watered by streams, a very small proportion requiring irrigation. It produces wheat, oats, barley, corn, all kinds of vegetables, and fruits in abundance. The Willamette Valley is alone capable of sustaining a population of 5,000,000 souls, and even then the population would be but a fraction in excess that of Belgium to the square mile, and less than that of England by 102 to the square mile. The productive capacity of the Inland Empire in eastern Oregon is something wonderful. 30 years ago not a bushel of wheat was raised in that entire empire, although across the line near Walla Walla some 300 bushels of wheat were raised by Dr. Whitman at his mission in 1841. Commodore Wilkes, a portion of whose party visited this mission in that year, so reports. 20 years ago, the coming fall, I left the Central Pacific Railroad near Salt Lake and journeyed westward through the northern Utah and eastern Oregon. The first wheat of any importance was grown in eastern Oregon that year. There was a 33-acre lot located near where the town of Weston, Umatilla County, now is, and immediately outside the boundaries of the Umatilla Indian Reservation. The crop had been taken off before my arrival. The wheat stubble being so abundant, I was amazed and expressed surprise to my host, with whom I remained overnight, that there should be such a fertile spot in this vast desert, as the whole country seemed to me to be little less than a desert. He smiled and replied that the tract on which this wheat had grown was the same character as land of the whole surrounding country, including the greater portion of the Umatilla Indian Reservation. I obtained a sack, and immediately outside of the field, digging down some 6 or 8 inches, filled it with a pack of soil. I brought it with me to Washington, took it to the late Professor Henry, then Secretary of the Smithsonian Institution, and requested that he analyze it and tell me its properties and what good for. He inquired, "Where did you get this soil?" I replied, "West of the Rocky Mountains." Professor Henry remarked, "That is rather indefinite." "But, Professor," said I shall not tell you whether it came from California, Oregon, the Willamette Valley, or the top of Mount Hood." He made a very interesting report, in which it was stated that he regarded the soil as the best wheat-producing soil he had ever examined, that it contained properties very similar to the soil of Sicily, where wheat had been raised for 2,000 years without exhausting the soil. The report further stated that the soil was of such character that it would fertilize itself as cultivated, that it would not be necessary to let it rest after a crop or two, as in many portions of the country, or to fertilize it. The predictions made in that report have been amply verified. 2 years ago I visited Umatilla County and what was formerly the Umatilla Indian Reservation, and was told that there had been raised and harvested that year in that county alone over 4,500,000 bushels of wheat. That this single county will produce 5,000,000 bushels of the best quality of wheat the present year, or an amount considerably more than was produced in 1893 in any one of 21 different states in the Union, I have not the slightest doubt. In addition, it is estimated that there will be shipped the present year from the city of Pendleton, the county seat of Umatilla County, located on the Transcontinental Railroad, 5,000,000 pounds of wool, while from the Dalles, the county seat of Wasco County, an equal quantity will be shipped. A large portion of the state, notably Umatilla, Union, and Baker counties, with several others in the eastern section, and Coos and Curry counties in the southwestern portion, are admirably adapted to sugar beet culture. The beets grown here are said to yield a larger percentage of saccharine matter than those produced elsewhere, while 20 tons per acre is a moderate estimate of the annual crop. The forests of Oregon. Another source of immense wealth in the state of Oregon is her forests. No state in the Union has a greater variety of valuable trees or fine woods. These include sugar pine and silver pine, cedar, red, yellow, and white fir, redwood, and spruce of different varieties, ash, hemlock, maple, myrtle, white oak, laurel, alder, dogwood, wild cherry, hazel, chittenwood, and Oregon yew. 3 species of poplar, the quaking asp, cottonwood, and balsam tree, live oak and chestnut oak, nutmeg, tamarack, mountain mahogany, juniper, birch, box elder, and many other varieties. In addition, there are vine maple, growing from 6 to 12 inches in diameter and from 12 to 30 feet in height; the Oregon crabapple, which grows in groves, making the forest impenetrable for man or beast, and many other varieties. The Oregon cedar grows to an immense size. It is no uncommon thing in the forests of Tillamook and Coos counties, on the coast, to find vast forests of these 10 to 12 and often 15 feet in diameter and from 200 to 250 feet in height. The Oregon sugar pine grows to 250 feet in height, bearing cones from 12 to 18 inches in length. The mills of Oregon manufacture over 250 million feet of lumber annually. Game. The forests of the state are filled with all kinds of game, including bear, elk, deer, grouse, prairie chicken, pheasants, Chinese or Denny pheasants, a most delicious game bird introduced from China by Hon. O. N. Denny of Oregon while United States Consul General at Shanghai, quail, and other varieties of game birds. The rivers and lakes are during the summer filled with game fowl, including canvasback and teal of excellent quality. Precious and other metals. No state in Oregon is more highly favored in natural endowments than Oregon. Her resources, developed and undeveloped, are almost as varied as are the gifts of nature, and their value cannot be estimated. Her mines, though only partially developed, are rich in the precious metals, as also in iron, coal, nickel, copper, cinnabar, asbestos, tin, marble, onyx, limestone, sandstone, granite, and dolomite. A recent writer on the geologic formations of Oregon remarks that the igneous rocks of southern Oregon are said to contain all the zeolitic minerals, and some geologists believe precious gems of no small worth. Already more than $25 million in gold have been taken from the placer mines in 2 counties in the state, Jackson and Josephine in southern Oregon. Eastern Oregon is rapidly developing into a great gold and silver producing region. Capital only is required to make it one of the most valuable mineral fields on the Pacific coast. Oregon has an abundance of the very best quality of iron ore. Clackamas County in particular abounds in this mineral. Extensive iron works are in progress in Oswego, in that county, located on the Willamette River 18 miles from its mouth and 7 miles from Portland, and large amounts of pig iron are produced annually. Grains and fruits, rivers, harbors, railroads, etc. The resources of Oregon are not confined to her mountains or her rivers. Her valleys are fertility itself. Wheat, oats, corn, barley, hops, flax, hay, and other grains and grasses, apples, pears, peaches, apricots, plums, prunes, cherries, nectarines, grapes, and other varieties of small fruits and berries are all products of her soil. The natural advantages of the state are all that could be desired. A seacoast of more than 400 miles, indented with numerous capacious bays and storm-protected deep-water harbors. The Columbia, the Tillamook, the Nehalem, the Wakena, the Alsea, the Siuslaw, the Umpqua, the Coquille, Coos Bay, and Port Orford, capacious enough to protect in safety all the navies of the world. A mighty river on its north, draining a basin of 395,000 square miles, including its tributaries, which combine 12 degrees of latitude and 13 of longitude. The main Columbia is navigable 725 miles from its mouth, with 2 interruptions. The first at the Cascades, 150 miles from the mouth, where there is a fall of 300 feet in 4 miles, and where a canal and locks, being constructed by the general government, will be completed in the present year, and another at the Dalles of 12 miles, where the general government has taken steps looking to the construction of a boat railway. Willamette River is navigable for 140 miles, the Snake for 150 miles. The falls of the Willamette at Oregon City are estimated at 1,000,000 horsepower. The fall is 40 feet. Here a great electric plant has been established within the past 2 years at an expenditure of several $1,000,000, and this vast water power is being utilized in Oregon City and in Portland, 12 miles distant, in manufactories of various kinds and in electric lighting. The salmon fisheries of Columbia River. The salmon fisheries of Columbia River are the most extensive and profitable in the world, and a source of immense wealth. It is but 33 years since the first fishery for catching and barreling salmon was established there, and not until 1867 was the first fish cannery erected, the purpose of the latter being to preserve salmon in cans, fresh, spiced, and pickled. There are today some 38 canneries on the Columbia River, in which are invested more than $5 million capital. More than 4,000 men are employed during the fishing season. Canned salmon are shipped by rail across the continent and by ships to all parts of the world. A cargo frequently is valued at $250,000, and single cargoes have gone out occasionally of the value of over $300,000. The salmon season commences in May and ends in August. The fish are caught mainly by drift gill nets, ranging in length from 120 feet to 600 feet. Many salmon are also taken by traps and fish wheels. In the single year 1880, 538,587 cases of salmon were canned on the Columbia River, having an export value of $2,650,000. The average salmon weighs about 20 pounds, and they are packed 3 to a case, making a catch that year of about 1,600,000 salmon. Salmon is by no means the only food fish produced in large numbers in the Columbia River. Sturgeon, flounder, smelt, tomcod, and salmon trout exist in abundance, and within the last few years shad weighing from 3 to 4 pounds have been plentiful. Other waters in the state of Oregon are full of salmon. Salmon fisheries are carried on extensively in Tillamook Bay, Nehalem Bay, Nestucca Bay, and northwestern Oregon, and in the Rogue, Susla, Coquille, and other rivers in central and southwestern Oregon. Dairy interests. Several of the coast counties, especially Clatsop, Tillamook, Columbia, Douglas, Coos, and Curry, in addition to their extensive and valuable lumber interests, and in some cases, notably Clatsop, Columbia, Tillamook, and Coos, their valuable coal deposits are especially well adapted to dairying, and immense quantities of butter and cheese are annually produced. Railroad facilities. In addition to the great facilities resulting from grand navigable watercourses and capacious coast harbors, with which Oregon is so bountifully blessed, the state is no longer isolated by reason of lack of railroad transportation facilities. The city of Portland, the metropolis of the state, with a present population of more than 80,000 people and an annual trade of over $140 million, is the western terminus of 5 transcontinental railroads: the Southern Pacific, the Union Pacific in connection with the Oregon Short Line, and the line of the Oregon Railway and Navigation Company, the Northern Pacific, the Great Northern, and the Canadian Pacific. Besides these, several state railroads center here. In addition to this, the city of Portland is the head of ship navigation on the waters of the Columbia, located on the Willamette River 12 miles from its mouth, and to which ships of all nations, of whatever draft, steam, and sail, come and go without interruption. The great warships of the Navy, the Baltimore, the Chicago, and the Monterey, have all been in her harbor within the past 2 years. But not only so, there are regular lines of first-class ocean steamers running weekly between San Francisco, California, and Yaquina Bay, Oregon, connecting the Oregon Pacific Railroad, a first-class full-gauge road now constructed and running regularly from Yaquina Bay eastward across the entire Willamette Valley, and which, I am credibly advised, will within the present year be extended to a transcontinental connection. Another line of steamers plies weekly between San Francisco and Coos Bay, Oregon. A railroad is now under construction connecting Astoria, Oregon, with Portland, and the great transcontinental lines of railroad. Other lines of railroad are being projected and built in Oregon. one connecting the valleys of the Willamette, Umpqua, and Rogue rivers with the waters of Coos Bay on the Pacific Ocean. The interior cities of the towns of eastern Oregon are rapidly being connected with branch lines. This has already been done to Weston, Athena, Heppner, and other important points. Demand for the Nicaragua Canal. The people of Oregon, although blessed with innumerable blessings and endowed with commercial advantages not common to states and people generally, nevertheless are in want of one thing. We want, our interests demand, and we must and will have at no distant day a ship canal crossing the Isthmus of Nicaragua. The interests not only of Oregon, but of the Pacific coast, of the whole nation, and of all the civilized nations of the globe demand it. With one voice and with no uncertain sound should the people of all the commercial and civilized nations of earth demand the speedy construction of this great work, so absolutely essential to the commercial necessities of the age, and the proper advancement and promotion of the enlightened civilization of the country in which we live. We of the Pacific coast are no longer unimportant factors in the trade and commerce of the world. When Dr. Marcus Whitman crossed the continent in 1842-43 to save Oregon to the Union, the trade of the Pacific coast with foreign or domestic ports amounted to nothing. Today, our trade with Great Britain, France, Germany, Belgium, Cuba, and Brazil, to say nothing of our trade with China, Japan, and the Sandwich Islands, amounts in value to more than $450 million annually. Give us the Nicaragua Canal, and we will then stand erect in every element which constitutes independent commercial supremacy. Capable of meeting every home want of whatever nature, we become at once and forever a formidable competitor for our surplus products, not only in the home market, but in all the markets of the world. Conclusion. In conclusion, I cannot better personify the state of Oregon than by employing the language of that gifted writer, the author of Atlantis Arisen. She said, "I know how, if I were a painter, I should personify the young giant Oregon. Lithe, strong, beautiful should he be, with empire written on his brow, and power tempered by mildness beaming from his eyes. Of fair complexion he, with tawny blonde hair and curly golden beard. His robe should be of royal purple, embroidered with wheat ears, and his crown of tarnished gold. His throne should be among the rugged mountains, with a lake at his feet, rolling yellow plains on one hand, and smiling green valleys on the other. His scepter, shaped like the tapering pine, should be of silver, set with opals, emeralds, and diamonds. On his right should roll the magnificent Columbia, to which ships in the distance should seek entrance, and over his shoulder the white crest of Mount Hood stand blushing in a rosy sunset." The names and memories of the brave pioneer men and women who laid the foundations of empire in the wilds of Oregon deserve to be forever perpetuated, not only in their country's history, but in the reverential hearts and minds of the people of the present and all future generations. There is something strangely dramatic, also sublimely pathetic, in the strange scene of hundreds of men with their wives and little ones, bidding farewell to their friends, to home, to civilization, and starting on a journey of ox teams a distance of 3,000 miles across a trackless waste, and over rugged, unexplored mountains, the way obstructed by numberless bridgeless rivers, yawning desolate canyons, and parched repellent deserts, with a view of establishing new homes amid all the perils incident to a wilderness inhabited only by savage men and beasts. Many of these brave men and women never lived to reach their destination, but fell by the wayside, like Harvey's ships, that sailed for many isles, but never came to shore. But leaving the lonely grave of the loved one in the desert, the body soon to be devoured by the hungry wolf of the plain, the brave column of survivors, sustained by Wordsworth's amaranthine flower of faith, and the language of Milton, finding new hope springing out of despair, moved on, and although, in the words of Southey, no station is in view, nor plain grove islanded amid the waste, They still press on and on, over burning deserts and trackless mountain steeps, until at last they rest in the cooling shades of the continuous woods where rolls the Oregon. As a factor in the civilization of America and of the age in which we live, Oregon as a state challenges attention. Civilization over 200 years ago marshaled its battalions and took up its line of march in the Orient. Gathering strength with the steady advance of its conquering column, the tread of its victorious legions among the mountains and over the plains of the distant West signaled the rapid approach of the builders of empire. And though beauteous in its infancy, grand in the clear light of the Orient, in the early morn of its existence, may we not expect that the state of Oregon will realize its grandest achievements amid the glories of accumulated splendor in the distant Occident? It was truly a grand conception, a sublime thought inspired by an almost supernatural prescience on the part of Coleridge when, more than half a century ago, he in his Table Talk gave utterance to this sentence: "The possible destiny of the United States of America as a nation of 100,000,000 freemen, stretching from the Atlantic to the Pacific, living under the law of Alfred, and speaking the language of Shakespeare and Milton, is an august conception." The time is rapidly approaching when more than 100,000,000 of freemen, breathing the pure air of liberty, inspired by one common sentiment of patriotism, sharing the blessing of a free country, upholding one flag, respecting and abiding by the same code of laws, honoring and revering the memories of the men who laid the foundations of the Republic, loving the same country and worshiping the same God, shall fill this great land from sea to sea with the glad anthems of a free, courageous, independent, and happy people. End of section 34. End of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 6.